Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep.
It wasn't supposed to be a permanent gig, just a paycheck. Something to keep the lights on while I figured out the next step. The job listing was vague. Overnight security, remote site, must be comfortable with solitude. That was it. No company name, no contact beyond a burner phone that led to a brief interview in a rented office. They offered me the job on the spot. Double minimum wage, 5 nights a week, midnight to 8. No co-workers, no supervisors, just me and a few cameras. I didn't ask many questions. I needed the money, and I've never been picky about silence. The factory was a brick and steel corpse on the edge of nowhere, surrounded by a thick border of pine trees. The kind of place that stopped producing things before I was even born. It used to make industrial machines, pumps maybe, or engines. Now it just sat empty, tucked down a long dirt road off the highway, forgotten by everyone except whoever still paid for someone like me to sit there all night. The first night was uneventful, which I was grateful for. I parked out front, walked through the only functioning door and settled into the front office. They'd given me a small monitor hooked to a row of outdated security cameras placed around the interior and exterior of the building. Most of them worked, or at least tried to. The video feed was grainy and jumped like a scratched film reel, but it showed enough. My routine was simple. I did a walkthrough of the property at the top of each hour, checked the cameras in between, and read old paperbacks I brought from home. The building had power but no heat, so I wore layers and kept my coat on. There was no plumbing either, just a chemical toilet out back. It wasn't glamorous, but I've had worse. I remember thinking how still everything felt, not quiet exactly. The wind moved through the trees with a low whistle, and the old beams of the building creaked as they settled. But the stillness was deeper than that. It was like the factory had been waiting a long time for someone to come back, and now that someone was me. The second night is when things started to change. It was around 2 in the morning. I was halfway through my third lap of the night, walking down the main corridor where the assembly lines used to run. My boots echoed against the concrete, a sharp clack that bounced off the walls and ceiling. Then I heard it. Another set of footsteps. They weren't far, just a few paces behind me, soft and quick. I spun around instantly, heart thumping, flashlight cutting through the darkness. There was no one there. I waited, held my breath, listening for any sound. The building was dead silent again. I walked back the way I came, checking every doorway, every shadow, but found nothing. I told myself it was an echo. Maybe my own steps had bounced back at a strange angle. The place was big and empty, and probably warped the sound. Still, it stuck with me. Back in the office, I watched the monitors more closely. They flickered as usual, lines of static cutting across the screen every few seconds, but nothing moved. No shapes, no shadows, just empty halls. By the time my shift ended, I was tired, but not shaken. I chalked it up to nerves. The isolation, the silence it messes with your sense of space and time. I drove home with the radio on full blast, trying to forget the way those footsteps had sounded so deliberate. The third night was worse. It started with the cameras. Around 1 in the morning they began to cut out entirely, not just the usual flicker, full black screens. They'd come back for a few seconds, then vanish again. I checked the power connections, made sure everything was still plugged in, but nothing helped. Then the whispers started. The first time, I thought it was wind, a soft, low murmur that passed through the vents above the office ceiling, but it got louder, closer, like someone leaning in from behind, speaking in a language I didn't know. I stood up fast, flashlight in one hand, my other gripping the chair like I needed an anchor. The whispering stopped as soon as I moved. I stepped into the hallway. Nothing. I did a full sweep of the factory, more thorough than usual. I opened every door, checked every corner, even walked around the outside of the building. I was alone, completely and absolutely alone. Still, when I sat back down, I didn't take off my coat. I kept the flashlight in my lap, and when I heard the whispering again, I didn't turn around. I just sat still, jaw clenched, waiting for the shift to end. It was the fourth night when I found the footprints. They were in the dust, clear impressions of bare feet, starting near the entrance to the old maintenance corridor. I hadn't walked through there yet that night. The corridor was narrow and mostly empty, just a few rusted cabinets and some crumbling drywall. I had checked it before, but rarely. The prints were long, narrow, almost childlike. They led from the hallway into the corridor, then vanished just past the second door. I followed them slowly, flashlight aimed at the floor. The closer I got to the end of the hallway, the colder the air felt. Not just chilly, but biting, like walking into a freezer. The last door on the left was slightly ajar. I stood there for a moment, hand hovering near the knob. Then I heard it again, the whispering, not behind me this time, inside the room. I opened the door. There was no one inside, just a stack of broken chairs and an old filing cabinet. But in the corner of the room, behind the cabinet, something caught my eye. A book. Its cover was torn, pages yellowed and curled with age. I picked it up. Inside the front cover, written in faded pen, was a name, Thomas Reed. Below it, in different handwriting, Watchman, 1,980, 2 to 1,984. I sat on the floor and started reading. The entries were brief, messy, like they'd been written in a rush. Most of them were just times and noises. Heard footsteps again. 2:17 a.m. Whispers louder tonight, coming from the walls. Cameras down again. Can't trust the footage. The last entry stopped me cold. I tried to leave. Doors won't open. Windows sealed. I think I'm part of it now. I think that's how it gets you. I closed the book slowly, the weight of it sinking into my lap. The whispers had stopped, but I knew they would be back. I didn't go back the next night. I called the supervisor number they gave me when I first got hired, the one that always went straight to voicemail. I left a message saying the power was acting up, the cameras were failing, and the place didn't feel safe. I half hoped they wouldn't call back, that they'd write me off, pay me out for the week, and find someone else to babysit that factory. They called me back in less than 2 hours. A man's voice, flat, uninterested. He asked if the building had been damaged. I told him no, just strange noises, camera issues, and a power flicker or two. He told me to keep logging my shifts, and that it was probably nothing more than electrical interference. He didn't ask about the book, didn't ask about the footprints. And when I mentioned the footsteps, the line went quiet for a second too long. Then just a bored "we'll note it," followed by a click. That was it. So I went back. I got there around 11:30. I sat in the car for a while with the engine running and the heater blasting. The factory loomed in the dark like it had always been there, waiting for me. The trees lining the property stood still like sentinels. I told myself I'd just check in, walk the perimeter, check the cameras, and if anything was off, I'd leave. Inside, it smelled like metal and dust, that cold industrial scent that never really goes away. My boots echoed down the hallway again, that same sharp clack. I walked past the main corridor, past the old break room, and straight to the office. The monitor was on, cameras flickering as usual. For once they weren't glitching out entirely. I watched for a full 20 minutes. No movement, no figures, just dead air and shadows. But I didn't feel better. I pulled the journal out of my bag. I'd taken it home the night before, spent hours reading it with the lights on. It wasn't long, just 30 pages, front and back. But every word felt soaked in panic. Like the person writing it had stopped being scared of what was out there and started being scared of what he was becoming. The early entries were routine. He logged times, camera feed issues, door checks. Then the entries shifted. Heard whispering tonight. Couldn't sleep when I got home. Feel like something's inside the walls. A door was open that shouldn't have been. No signs of forced entry, just open. I'm starting to hear things during the day now. Static, low voices. I think it followed me. That was the part I couldn't stop thinking about. I sat at the desk, flipping through the pages, my back to the wall. The office door was cracked open. The hallway beyond was empty. Then the screen on the monitor blinked out, all of them at once. I didn't move. I just stared at the black monitor. After a few seconds, the static returned. The image came back, then cut out again. On one of the screens, the one near the loading dock, a shape flickered past the camera. It was fast, too fast to see clearly, a blur of movement. I stood slowly, flashlight in hand, journal under my arm. I knew better than to go chasing shadows, but I couldn't help myself. I needed to know, needed to see if it was something explainable. My footsteps were slower this time, controlled. My breath felt tight in my chest. Every time I passed a doorway, I felt the urge to shine the light inside. Every window, Every piece of old machinery seemed too still. I reached the loading dock, empty. The metal roll-up door was closed, padlocked. The overhead lights buzzed quietly above me. Then I heard it. Behind me. A door shutting, slow and deliberate. I turned, shining the flashlight down the hall. Nothing. I should have left right then. Instead, I followed the hallway that ran parallel to the storage rooms. It was colder here, more narrow. My light barely reached the walls. That's when I saw them again. Footprints. Fresh ones, right in the dust, clear as day, bare feet, just like before, walking toward the far end of the hall. I followed them. The prints turned left toward the old maintenance corridor. I stopped. That corridor hadn't been on the blueprint I found in the break room. It wasn't listed on the building map above the fire extinguisher either. It wasn't supposed to be there. I stood at the entrance for what felt like a full minute. The footprints led into the dark, beyond where my flashlight could reach. Then I heard something that froze me in place. Breathing. Not mine. Not some ambient sound from the vents. Slow, steady breathing like someone standing just out of sight. I raised the flashlight and stepped forward, slowly. Just as I reached the corner, the breathing stopped. The light flickered, and then the camera on my belt, issued by the company, meant to sync with the office feed, let out a high-pitched beep, low battery. I turned around and walked back, not fast, but with purpose. I didn't look over my shoulder. Back in the office, I shut the door, locked it, and sat with the flashlight in my lap. The journal was still on the desk. I opened it to the last page. No writing. Just a sketch, a face. Drawn with a shaking hand. It had no eyes. Just empty sockets and a wide, unnatural smile. I closed the journal, and I sat there, waiting for morning. By the fifth night, I wasn't sleeping during the day anymore. Even when I got home and crawled into bed around 9 in the morning, it felt like my body stayed alert. My mind couldn't shut off. Every creak of the floorboards, every bird chirping outside the window, it all felt amplified. I lay there wide awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying everything I'd seen, every noise, every shift in the shadows. That sketch from the journal, the eyeless face, kept flashing into my mind like a memory I didn't want. It was crude, but the way it was drawn made it worse. Uneven lines, like the hand holding the pen was shaking or moving too fast, like whoever drew it didn't want to finish but couldn't stop. I almost didn't go back that night. I sat in my car outside the factory for nearly 30 minutes. The gravel lot was empty as always, the tall trees lining the property completely still, like they were watching. Eventually, I forced myself to get out and head inside. I told myself I'd do one walk through, check the cameras, log my shift, and then I'd leave early if anything felt off. I think I already knew I wouldn't make it to morning. The first couple of hours passed in silence. Too much silence. The cameras were on, but the feeds were slow, like they were buffering constantly. The static had returned, It would freeze for a second, then skip ahead by a few frames. Every time it did, I felt like I missed something important, like something had moved in that blink and I just didn't catch it. I walked the halls at the top of each hour, same as before. But this time, I started bringing the journal with me. I didn't want to leave it alone in the office anymore. I don't know why. Maybe it felt like some kind of shield, or maybe I thought I could find something I missed, a clue, a way to understand what was happening to me. On the second walk, just past 2 in the morning, I noticed something different. There was a humming noise, very faint, barely audible. It wasn't coming from the walls or the vents. It felt like it was coming from beneath the floor, a low, vibrating hum, like an old machine running far underground. It wasn't there the night before, and it didn't match anything on the building schematics. I followed it, down the main corridor, past the old locker room, toward a part of the building I hadn't explored much. The air grew colder with every step, and the humming got louder, clearer. Still low, but constant. It led me to a door I hadn't noticed before, tucked behind a shelf of rusted metal bins covered in peeling gray paint. The door had no handle, just a narrow keyhole. I crouched down and looked through it. Pitch black. But as I knelt there, the humming stopped. Dead silence. And then a single knock from the other side of the door. Just once. I stumbled back so fast I nearly dropped the flashlight. The journal slipped out of my hand and hit the floor, pages fluttering open. I stood there staring at the door, heart slamming in my chest, breath coming too fast. I waited for something else, another sound, another knock. But there was nothing. I picked up the journal and walked fast back to the office. I closed the door behind me, turned the lock, and sat at the desk with the journal open. It had fallen open to one of the pages near the middle. The entry was dated March 17th. The year was faded, but it had to be at least 20 years ago. Door at the end of corridor is humming again, louder than before. I know I didn't imagine the knock. I'm going to try to find the key next week. I have to know what's inside. There was a second note below it, in darker ink, maybe added later. If you hear the humming, do not answer. Do not knock back. That was all. I didn't sleep at all that night, not even a little. I stayed in that chair, flashlight on my lap, watching the camera feed like it might start talking to me. And at 3:37 in the morning, I saw something I still can't explain. One of the cameras, the one facing the loading dock, glitched. Just a second of static. Then, a figure, standing in front of the roll-up door. It wasn't there before. It didn't walk into frame. It just appeared. It was tall, thin, wearing what looked like a long coat or a coverall. The video quality was too poor to see details. No face, no eyes. It just stood there. Then it turned not slowly, but not fast either, and walked toward the side of the building. The camera froze again. When the feed came back, it was gone. I rewound the footage. The figure was gone from every frame, even the one where I saw it appear. It was like it had never been there, but I knew it had. I waited until morning light started seeping through the grimy office window before I left. I didn't shut anything down. I just grabbed the journal, flicked off the monitors, and walked out. When I stepped outside, I expected the relief to hit me, the usual breath of air, the lightness in my chest. But it didn't come. Because there, in the gravel, maybe 6 feet from my car door, was a new set of footprints. Bare, human, small, pointing toward the building. And right next to them, pressed into the thin layer of frost, were 3 fingers, long, and facing the wrong direction. I should have quit. I should have walked away that morning and never looked back, tossed the journal in the nearest dumpster, blocked the company number, and taken a job flipping burgers or stocking shelves. Anything but going back to that place. But I didn't. Instead, I spent the entire day sitting on the edge of my bed, flipping through the journal again and again, trying to make sense of it. I had sticky notes stuck to half the pages, my own handwriting scrawled in the margins. I was chasing something I couldn't name, not just an explanation, but something deeper, some kind of closure. Because part of me already knew the truth. I wasn't going to stop thinking about that place. Not until I understood what was happening. So I went back. It was around 11:45 when I pulled up to the factory, headlights washing over the crumbling brick and steel. The gravel crunched under my tires as I parked. No wind, no movement, just silence. I left the engine running for a moment, staring at the building through the windshield. My hands stayed on the wheel even after I turned off the key. I was stalling, hoping something would give me a reason to drive away. Nothing did. So I stepped out into the cold and walked to the door. The air felt heavier than usual, not colder exactly, but still wrong, like something was pressing against my skin. It was the same air I remembered from inside the maintenance corridor. That still, humming weight. Inside, everything looked the same. The office was dark. The monitors were on, cycling through each camera. Glitches here and there, but no blackouts yet. I sat down, pulled the journal out of my bag, and placed it on the desk next to the old company logbook. The chair creaked as I leaned back, trying to settle into the quiet. My hands wouldn't stop fidgeting. Around 1 in the morning, the humming came back. Just like before, low, distant, like a generator buried under the floor. I stood immediately, flashlight in one hand, journal in the other, and made my way to the back hallway. The sound was strongest near the locked door, the one without a handle, just that narrow keyhole. The same place I'd heard the knock. I stayed a few feet back, not wanting to get close again. The journal was open in my hand, turned to the page where the old watchman had warned, "Do not answer, do not knock back." I felt stupid even being there, but I had to know. I crouched low and pressed my ear to the wall beside the door, not directly on the wood, just close enough to listen. The humming was steady, but there was something else underneath it. A voice. No words, just soft muttering like someone talking to themselves from a few rooms away. It wasn't angry, it wasn't sad, it was just continuous, constant, a slow stream of meaningless noise. It made my skin crawl. I backed away and left. I didn't care if the cameras glitched or the power flickered. I wasn't going back near that door again. Back in the office, I locked the door, turned on every light, and placed the flashlight in front of me like a weapon. I opened the journal to the next page. The entry was dated 4 days after the one about the door. The man in the camera came again, only this time I saw him without it. In the hallway, right by the lockers. He turned to look at me, but I don't think he had eyes, just dark holes. I didn't move. He walked past me and vanished. I waited all night to see if he'd come back. He didn't. I read the sentence again and again. The man in the camera. I flipped to another entry. This one was dated a week later. Found new footprints near the entrance. They're getting smaller. Whoever's leaving them is shrinking, or there's more than one. I set the journal down. I don't know how long I sat there. Long enough that the lights in the hallway started flickering again. Then came the footsteps. Not loud, just soft shuffles on concrete. I froze. They were outside the office, moving slowly past the door. I reached for the monitor remote and flicked through the cameras, hoping to catch a glimpse, but they were all frozen. Every single one. The last feed, the one labeled South Exit, showed the same image over and over again. A still frame of the hallway outside, nothing in it. Then, in the corner of the screen, movement. Something small. A shape crawling, not walking across the floor. No details, just limbs and shadow. I stood, flashlight in hand, heart racing. The shape crawled out of frame. And then I heard the knock. Not on the door behind the corridor, not on the windows, on the office door. Just one knock. Slow. Deliberate. I didn't move. Another knock, louder. The flashlight flickered in my hand. My breath felt stuck in my throat. A third knock. I stepped back, bumping into the desk. Then silence. I waited. 1 minute passed. Then 2. Then 5. Nothing. I stepped closer to the door, holding the flashlight like a club. I reached for the knob, then stopped. At the bottom of the door, just under the thin space where light from the hallway spilled in, I saw something slide into view. 3 fingers. Long, bony, the same ones from the frost. They scraped against the tile, slow and steady. Then, as if pulled back by some invisible force, they vanished. I didn't open the door. I stayed in that room until sunrise, pacing, listening, shaking. The monitors came back online around 4, but they showed nothing, just empty rooms and still corridors. At 6:30, I walked out the front entrance, legs like jelly. My car was covered in a fine layer of frost, and etched into the windshield, not scratched, but traced through the frost, was a symbol. A circle with 3 lines running through it, like claw marks. I scraped it off with shaking hands, and when I drove home, the humming stayed in my ears. That morning, I didn't go home right away. I drove past my apartment, circled around the block 3 times, and ended up at a 24-hour diner on the edge of town. I wasn't hungry. I just couldn't go back to a quiet room. Not with that sound still in my ears. The humming hadn't stopped, not completely. It was faint, like a memory that refused to fade. Even as I sat in the booth with a cup of coffee going cold in front of me, I could feel it in the back of my skull, like pressure building in a place I couldn't reach. I thought about quitting, again. I stared at my phone for a long time, thumb hovering over the contact listed as night security supervisor. I didn't even know the man's name, just a voice. Flat, always disinterested. But I didn't make the call, because deep down, I already knew the truth. Whatever this was, it wasn't just tied to that building anymore. It had followed me. Or maybe it had always been inside the building, waiting for someone like me to notice. I pulled the journal out of my backpack. It had become a kind of lifeline, a warning manual if nothing else. I opened it to the back and flipped through the final pages. The last few entries were written faster. The handwriting was messier, letters overlapping in places. It's inside now, not just in the hallways, but in the vents. I can hear it crawling. I tape the doors shut, but it keeps getting closer. The cameras showed me sleeping last night, but I wasn't asleep. I was awake the whole time, which means there's someone else in here, wearing my face. That one chilled me. But it was the very last entry that stopped me cold. The door in the corridor finally opened. I didn't touch it. It opened on its own. I saw something move inside. I think it's showing me what comes next. I sat back in the booth, the journal open on the table. My hand was shaking, though the room wasn't cold. If the journal could be trusted, and at this point, I believed it more than I believed my own eyes, then that door had opened before, maybe more than once. And whatever was behind it was not just a machine. It was something alive, something watching. I didn't know what scared me more, the idea that someone else had experienced the same thing, or that they might still be in there somewhere. At 10:30 that night, I pulled into the factory lot again. It felt like I was walking into the belly of something that had already swallowed me whole. I left the car running just for a minute, like I was giving myself an out. But the headlights looked weak against the darkness of the building, like they didn't want to see what was waiting. I shut off the engine and stepped out. The air was still. The only sound was the crunch of gravel under my boots. Inside, the building was colder than usual. I could see my breath as soon as I stepped into the hallway. The lights in the office were already on. I always left them that way now. I wasn't interested in walking through the dark. The monitors flickered as I approached. I sat down in the chair and watched them cycle through the usual angles. Loading dock, front entrance, back hallway, maintenance corridor. Then something caught my eye. On the south corridor feed, the one outside the handleless door, the image froze. Just for a second. And then it cut to black. All the other cameras continued cycling. Only that one went out. I leaned forward and rewound the footage, manually scrubbing back a few seconds before the freeze. There. just before it cut out. The door was open, not wide, just a few inches, but definitely open. I grabbed the flashlight and the journal, heart hammering. My legs felt heavy as I walked toward the corridor. With every step, the air grew colder. The humming returned louder than ever, like it was coming from inside my own chest. By the time I reached the corridor, I could already see it. The door was open, a few inches wider than in the footage. I stopped about 10 feet away. The journal was tight in my grip, knuckles white. I crouched low, aimed the flashlight into the gap, and saw nothing. Just darkness. And something else. A shape. Not moving, not reacting. Just standing in the far corner of the room, barely illuminated. It was facing the wall. Its arms were too long, its neck tilted at an unnatural angle, like it had no bones. It didn't turn toward me, didn't move at all. I should have run. I should have slammed the door and never come back. But instead, I spoke. "Who are you?" The shape didn't react, but the humming stopped, and I heard something else. My own voice from inside the room. It repeated my question almost exactly, but there was something off about it. The cadence was wrong, the tone too flat. "Who are you?" it said again, softer now. Then silence. And then the door began to close. Slow, steady. I stepped back. Once it shut, I ran. Not out of the building, not yet. I ran back to the office, locked the door, and checked the monitors. The south corridor camera was back online. The door was closed. The hallway was empty. But for the first time since I started working there, the motion sensor light above that door had switched on. I watched the feed for nearly an hour, waiting for something else to move. Nothing did. I didn't open the journal again that night. I just sat in the office with the flashlight on, waiting for the sun. I never went back to the factory after that 6th night. There wasn't a moment where I made some dramatic decision, no final confrontation, no voice from the dark telling me to run. It wasn't like that. The decision came quietly, the way exhaustion does. You stop fighting sleep because it just takes over. That last morning, as the light crept into the office, I sat there watching the sun rise through the narrow window. My eyes were dry, my muscles stiff. I hadn't moved in hours. I kept expecting something to happen, the door to creak open, the cameras to show that long-limbed figure again, the journal to turn a page on its own. But nothing happened. The factory was quiet. Almost too quiet. At 6:45, I stood up. My legs were slow to respond. I tucked the journal into my bag, powered down the monitor system like I was still following protocol, and walked out the front door. It was colder than usual. There were no birds that morning, no wind through the trees, just silence and frost under my boots. I drove straight home and slept for nearly 14 hours. When I woke up, the humming was gone. That was the first sign that something had shifted. The second sign came 3 days later, when I finally picked up a call from the security company. It was the same voice I always heard, flat, matter of fact. The man asked if I'd be returning to finish the contract. I said no. He didn't argue. He didn't ask why. He just said, understood, and hung up. I didn't ask what happened to the next guy. I didn't want to know. In the weeks that followed, I started putting my life back together, slowly. I moved apartments, nothing dramatic, just a different building on the other side of town, somewhere with more people, more lights, more sound. I sold my car and got a used one that didn't smell like cold metal and fear. I threw the flashlight into a dumpster and never bought another one. The journal stayed with me for a while. I kept it hidden in a locked drawer, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it out. It felt wrong, like I was ignoring something important. Sometimes, when I couldn't sleep, I'd take it out and flip through the pages again, not looking for anything, just remembering, recentering myself, proof that it had happened, that I wasn't imagining it. Then one night, I opened the drawer and it was gone. I searched the whole apartment, every drawer, every bag, every shelf. I even checked the car. Nothing. It was just gone. I didn't panic. In some strange way, it felt right, like whatever tied me to that place had finally let go, like it had taken the last piece it needed and moved on. I never saw the long-limbed figure again, never heard the humming, but I still remember it. Every detail, every frozen frame of the cameras, every knock, every whispered mimic of my voice. And I carry that memory differently now. Not like a weight, more like a scar, something that healed over, but still itches when the night gets too quiet. I took a new job about 2 months later, daytime only. Inventory work, a warehouse on the edge of the city with bad coffee and worse lighting, but real people. I see them, I talk to them, I shake their hands and look into their eyes, and I know they're human. That helps. One afternoon, I was taking inventory near the back loading dock when I saw a stack of old filing cabinets. Same model as the ones in the factory. That dull beige metal, rust around the handles. I stood there a long time, just looking at them. Eventually, I opened one. Inside was nothing but dust. No journals, no sketches, no warnings scrawled in the margins. And somehow, that was enough. That night, I dreamed of the factory for the first time in weeks. But in the dream, it was empty. No whispers, no shadows in the hallways, no humming behind the door. Just a hollow shell of rusted beams and broken lights. And I was walking away from it step by step until the building vanished behind me into the trees. That's how I know it's over. Not because I found the answer, not because the fear went away, but because I can let it exist without chasing it anymore. It happened. It was real. And now it's done. I don't need the journal. I don't need the camera feeds or the footprints in the frost. I only need the quiet. Not silence, Not the kind that creeps into your chest like it did in those halls, but real quiet. The kind that lives inside people who've made it through something dark and still came out with enough light to see the path ahead. The kind I wake up to now, and that for me is enough. This probably sounds weird coming from a grown man, but I haven't really slept in a few nights. It started small, like it always does. Something you write off or joke about until it starts stacking up, until your gut tells you it's not nothing, and by then, it already feels too late. We moved into this house a little over a year ago, nothing fancy, just a quiet place in a quiet neighborhood about 20 minutes outside the city. Decent yard, a tall wooden fence, nice neighbors who wave but don't ask questions. For the most part, it's been good to us. I work from home, my wife's a nurse, and we liked that the backyard had enough space for a small garden and maybe a dog one day. We never felt unsafe here. Until about a week ago. The first night, it was just a sound, a weird scratching at the back door. We figured it was an animal. We get raccoons sometimes, maybe a possum or something. I even turned on the porch light and went out there with a broom like an idiot, expecting to find one pawing at the screen. But there was nothing. No rustling in the bushes, no footprints, just silence. I went back inside, locked the door, and went to bed. Didn't think about it again until the next night. Same time, around 2 in the morning, we heard it again. My wife Mara sat up and asked, "Do you hear that?" I had been half asleep, but yeah, I did. That same faint scratching, not aggressive, but slow, repetitive. I got up again. This time I brought a flashlight. Still nothing in the yard. Just the sound of my own footsteps on the deck and the wind brushing through the trees. That should have been the end of it. 2 weird nights in a row, probably something small, harmless. We joked that we had a haunted raccoon, but even then, something was gnawing at me. That feeling you get when your instincts are trying to wake up and your brain keeps hitting snooze. Then came the third night. I was in the kitchen making a late sandwich. I'd been up working and I heard it again. Not scratching this time, just this sense, like something was out there. I walked over to the back door and flicked the light on. And that's when I saw him. There was a man standing in our backyard, not moving, just standing. He was tall, wearing dark clothes. His face wasn't visible, at least not clearly. He stood just past the edge of the deck, near the tree line. Close enough to see, far enough to be hidden in shadow. He didn't react when the light came on. Didn't flinch when I pulled the curtain open. He just stood there. I backed away from the door slowly and called for Mara. When she came in and saw the look on my face, she didn't even ask. She followed me to the front door, and we called the police from the driveway. They showed up 10 minutes later, walked the yard, checked the street, nothing. No footprints, no sign anyone had been there. The officer said it was probably a drunk guy who wandered into the wrong yard, that it happens more than people think. But I knew what I saw. That man wasn't drunk. He wasn't lost. He was watching the house. The next morning we bought motion lights and a security camera, one of those cheap ones you can check on your phone. I put it facing the backyard just above the door. I figured if it happened again, we'd catch something on camera, get a face, a direction, something. That night we didn't hear anything, no scratching, no weird vibes. We both fell asleep early, exhausted from barely sleeping the night before. When I checked the camera the next morning, I expected it to be empty. But there was a clip. At 2:14 a.m., the motion sensor activated. The footage was grainy, but there was movement, a figure, blurry, the shape of a man walking through the yard. You couldn't make out his face. He passed the camera at an angle, barely in frame, then was gone. I showed it to Mara. We didn't say much, just stared at it, then at each other. I went out and checked the yard again. No footprints, no signs of entry. Fence still locked. I moved the camera higher and angled it better. Added a second one near the corner of the house. I even put a stick in the sliding door track, just in case. We started double-checking every lock, every night, windows too. But it didn't stop. The following night, we didn't hear anything at all, but the camera triggered again. Same time, give or take a few minutes. Same blurry shape, same silent, slow pass across the yard. It became a pattern. Every night, just after 2 a.m., the camera would ping. We'd check it, and there he was, always just a little out of frame, always barely recognizable. It got to the point where we weren't sleeping. Mara started staying at work later, picking up extra shifts so she wouldn't have to come home until daylight. I couldn't blame her. There was this pressure building, like we were being watched constantly, like the house wasn't ours anymore. I checked the cameras in real time some nights. Saturday on the couch in the dark with my phone open, refreshing the feed over and over, trying to catch him. Sometimes I thought I saw him standing just at the edge of the yard, out of view, like he knew where the camera stopped. I started thinking maybe it was someone nearby, a neighbor, someone who could see the house from theirs, who knew our schedule. One night, I even walked the block, trying to catch anyone lingering, any movement behind curtains. Nothing. Then came the worst part. 2 nights ago, I woke up around 3 a.m. The house felt off, like the air inside was heavier than it should have been. I went to check the back door, just out of habit. It was open. Not all the way, just a few inches. The lock was still in place, but the door had been pushed open enough to catch a draft. I stood there for a long time, staring at the gap, my stomach in knots. Then I looked at the floor and saw something even worse. A single wet footprint. Just one. Right in front of the door. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. And when I checked the footage the next morning, it was blank. Nothing recorded between 1:58 and 3:12 a.m. Just static. That's when I realized this wasn't just some guy messing around. And I don't think he ever left. After that night with the footprint and the camera glitch, something shifted. It's hard to explain. but the house stopped feeling like ours. You know how some places have that warmth to them, like they remember you, like they know you live there. That was gone. I'd walk into the kitchen and feel like a guest in my own home. Even the way light came in through the windows felt colder somehow, like the sun didn't bother trying anymore. Mara noticed it too. She didn't say it out loud, not right away, but I could tell. She stopped going into the backyard completely, wouldn't even look out the window when she passed it. And she kept the bedroom door shut during the day, which she never used to do. It's like she wanted to put walls between us and the outside, even when nothing was happening. But something was happening. We just couldn't see it. That's what started getting under my skin the most, the not seeing, the not knowing. We double-checked the locks every night. I bought more cameras, motion lights, even put little bells on the back door handle so we'd hear it if it moved. Didn't matter. The camera still glitched every night between 2 and 3. Every single night. It was never completely off, just scrambled, like someone had yanked the signal out of sync or was standing too close with a jammer. I Googled every possible explanation, tried different camera brands. Hardwired one directly instead of using the battery. Nothing changed. And there was always something small. A new footprint in the dirt near the fence. A smudge on the glass that wasn't there before. One morning, I found the backyard hose unwound and stretched all the way across the grass like someone had tripped over it. I hadn't touched it in weeks. We called the police again. A different officer came this time. He listened, but I could tell he didn't buy it. Could be kids, he said, nodding toward the yard like he was trying to humor us. You'd be surprised how often people think they've got a prowler when it's just teenagers messing around. I showed him the camera glitch, the footprint photo, the timestamps. He nodded again, said they'd do a few more drive-bys at night, and told us to keep our doors locked. That was it. After he left, Mara said she felt worse. Now he knows we told someone, she said. Now he's gonna be mad. I wanted to tell her that was ridiculous, that whoever it was probably didn't care, or maybe he'd move on if he knew we were watching. But deep down, I was starting to think she was right. That night, I sat up by the kitchen window with the lights off. I didn't even have my phone, just sat in the dark waiting. And at 2:22 in the morning, I saw him again. Standing by the far end of the fence, just barely lit by the motion light near the garden bed. He was closer than before, maybe 15 feet from the door. Same thing, just standing. But this time he moved. Slowly. He took 3 steps forward, then stopped. I could see his face better now, pale, maybe early 30s, no beard, no hat, just blank, no emotion. His eyes never blinked. He was looking right at the kitchen window. Right at me. I stayed frozen, not even breathing. Then the motion light clicked off. Everything went dark. When I flicked the porch light back on, he was gone. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. I stayed up until sunrise that night. Mara came into the kitchen around 7, saw me at the table still in the same clothes, and sat down without a word. "I saw him," I said. She just nodded, like she'd been expecting it. We didn't talk much after that. It's like we both realized there was no one who could help us with this. Not the cops, not the neighbors, not security cameras or motion sensors or pepper spray. Whatever was happening, it was already inside our lives. Not physically, but mentally. We couldn't relax, couldn't focus, couldn't live the way we used to. That evening, Mara said something that made my stomach drop. "I think he's trying to wear us down." I looked at her. "What do you mean?" She rubbed her hands together the way she always did when she was anxious. "He's not trying to get in. Not really. He's just showing up, little by little, every night, getting closer, making us feel smaller." I didn't have an answer for that. Because she was right. I'd been thinking it too. The next day, I tried to get ahead of it. I took off work and walked door to door on our block. I asked every neighbor if they'd seen anything strange. A man, footprints, glitches in their own cameras. Most of them hadn't noticed anything. Some didn't even open the door, just peeked through the curtain and shrugged me off. One guy, 3 houses down, said his motion lights had been going off randomly for a few nights, but he figured it was a cat or wind, or just one of those bugs that sets things off. I gave him my number anyway, and told him to call me if anything happened again. That night, I parked my car across the street and waited. From the driver's seat, I could see the full side of the house, the fence, the deck. I had a flashlight on my lap, my phone recording, and a kitchen knife tucked under the seat. Not that I planned on using it, but it made me feel like I had some control. 2:10, nothing. 2:20, still nothing. At 2:30, the motion light blinked on. I sat up, gripping the flashlight. The man stepped into view, walking slowly along the fence line, same as always. Then he did something new. He turned and faced the street. Faced me. Even from inside the car, I felt it. That awful certainty that he knew I was there. That he had known the whole time. He didn't move. Just stood there. And then, without warning, the porch light on the side of the house turned on behind him. And just for a second, I thought I saw something else. Another figure, standing further back in the yard. Smaller, barely visible. Then both lights went out. By the time I got out of the car and ran across the street, the yard was empty again. But when I checked the footage later, there was no motion trigger. Nothing recorded. The lights had turned on by themselves. And that night, for the first time, I started to wonder if it wasn't just one man out there. If maybe it never was. The hardest part isn't what's happening outside. It's what it's doing to us inside. Mara and I used to be close in the kind of quiet way you don't think about. Shared routines, small jokes, the way she'd hum when she brushed her teeth, how she'd always take the mug from the far left of the cupboard without thinking. Normal couple stuff, easy stuff. Now every moment we spend in this house feels like something's pressing in from the walls. We hardly talk. Not because we're angry, but because there's nothing left to say that isn't already in both of our heads. We don't sleep at the same time anymore. One of us is always up, keeping watch, checking the cameras, pretending we're still in control. The footage hasn't helped. It just makes things worse. Every night, right around 2, the cameras start to glitch again. Not all at once. One of them will drop for a second, then come back with a frame or two of movement. Then another will go black completely, as if something is blocking the lens, but when we check, there's nothing there. Then, always, there's a sound. Not scratching anymore. Now it's footsteps. Slow, steady ones on the deck. And once, just once, we both heard the sound of the sliding door handle jiggling. That's what really got to Mara. I think something about hearing him trying the door, like he wasn't just watching anymore, crossed a line for her. She stopped sleeping altogether after that. Just walks the hallway with her hoodie on, arms crossed, checking each room with this distant look like she's waiting for something to finally break through. I called my brother days ago. Told him we were having trouble with someone stalking the house. Didn't go into detail, just asked if we could stay with him and his wife for a few nights. He said sure, but when I told Mara, she shook her head. If we leave, she said, he wins. I didn't know what that meant at first, but I've been thinking about it. About how this has all been about fear, not breaking in, not stealing anything. Just making us feel smaller, more helpless, until we either give up or lose it. And I hate that it's working. Last night, I stayed in the living room, left the lights off, and kept the curtains open just enough to see out. I was drinking cold coffee, trying to keep myself alert, even though I'd barely slept the night before. At 2:18, the garden motion light flicked on. Same spot, same pattern. The man was standing right by the flower bed now, closer than ever. He looked wrong. Not physically, not in any way I could point at, but there was something in the way he stood, his arms too straight, his posture too stiff, like a mannequin that had been propped up just slightly off balance. I didn't move, just stared at him through the glass, breath shallow, the curtain trembling slightly from my hand. Then, slowly, he raised his hand, not to wave, not to knock, just lifted it, palm facing me. And then he pointed, not at the house, at the upstairs window, Mara's window. I dropped the curtain and ran up the stairs 2 at a time. Her light was off. She was in bed, lying flat, eyes open. She looked at me before I could say anything. "You saw him too, didn't you?" she whispered. I nodded, and we didn't talk again for the rest of the night. This morning I walked the backyard again, looking for anything, a footprint, a torn piece of clothing, anything to prove he was real, that we weren't losing it. I found a trail of small, round indentations in the grass, barely visible, leading from the flower bed to the back fence. I followed them. and when I got to the fence, I noticed something new. There was a small round hole near the baseboard, maybe the size of a coin. Looked like it had been bored into the wood, not kicked, not weathered, drilled. I crouched down to look closer, and on the other side, I saw an eye. Just for a second, blinking, watching me. I stumbled backward so fast I landed on my side. By the time I scrambled to my feet and looked again, the hole was empty. I don't even know how to explain that to Mara. I haven't yet. I just said he was close again last night and left it at that. We both agreed to stay inside for the rest of the day. Curtains drawn, doors locked. I went around and reinforced every window with a dowel rod, taped over the old doggy door we never used. Checked the attic hatch. I don't know what good it'll do. Tonight, around 7, Mara came into the kitchen and told me something I wasn't ready for. I think he's inside. I stared at her. What? I think he's already been inside, she said, voice flat. Not last night, not today, before. She opened the drawer under the microwave and pulled out her spare keys. They're not where I left them, she said. They're in the drawer, but they're facing the wrong way. I didn't know how to respond. It felt like my brain couldn't process it. Like part of me wanted to shut down, pretend she was wrong, that it didn't matter. But deep down, I knew. We'd never checked for anything missing. We'd been so focused on keeping him out, we never considered he might have already been in. Maybe more than once. Maybe while we were asleep. I checked the cameras again, scrubbed through every glitchy section, nothing conclusive, same blackouts, same static, same blips of movement that might as well be shadows. I did notice something, though. In one of the oldest clips, from 4 nights ago, just before the feed cuts out, there's something small. A figure, shorter than the man, standing in the far corner of the yard, barely visible, still as a statue. That's the part I can't get out of my head, because Mara and I live alone. And now I'm not sure how many people we're trying to protect ourselves from. We didn't leave the house the next day. I told my job I was sick. Mara already had the day off. We stayed inside together, drinking too much coffee and barely speaking, both of us pretending not to look at the windows every few minutes. The curtains stayed drawn. Even during the day, the lights were on. It felt like we were sitting in a bubble that was shrinking around us. After Mara told me about the keys, how they were turned the wrong way, I started checking the rest of the house. Not just locks and windows, but weird little details I never would have paid attention to before. The way the closet door in the guest room didn't close all the way anymore. The corner of the welcome mat outside that was always slightly curled. The flashlight I kept under the sink moved a few inches forward, just enough to make me wonder if I had touched it or not. I kept telling myself it was paranoia, but it wasn't. Around 11 that morning, I found something else. A single strand of long, dark hair on the inside of our bedroom window. On the inside. Neither Mara nor I have dark hair. Mine is short and brown, hers is lighter. This was long, almost black, stuck to the glass like it had been caught in the breeze. But the window hadn't been opened in weeks. I didn't tell her right away. I wrapped the strand in a tissue and tucked it in a drawer in the bathroom. I don't know why. I guess I just didn't want her to spiral even more. We spent the rest of the day trying to act normal. We played music, made lunch, watched some awful home renovation show where everything looks perfect by the end. It was stupid and loud and full of fake smiles, and for a few minutes it worked. We laughed. I saw the tension drop from her shoulders just a little. But then the doorbell rang. We both froze. Neither of us was expecting anyone. I stood up and walked to the door slowly, heart suddenly pounding in my ears. I looked through the peephole. No one was there. Not on the porch, not in the yard, nothing. I opened the door just enough to peek outside. A small white envelope was sitting on the welcome mat. No name, no writing. I brought it inside. Mara didn't want me to open it. She actually took a step back like she thought something was going to jump out of it. But I opened it. Inside was a single sheet of printer paper, folded once. Typed in the center, in all caps, was one sentence. "You are being watched from inside." That's all it said. No threats, no demands, no explanation. Just that one awful sentence. I felt cold in places I didn't know could feel cold. The kind of chill that settles in your ribs and doesn't go away. Mara sat down hard on the floor, like her legs gave out. I locked the door, deadbolt, chain, stick in the track, every barrier we had. Then I checked the whole house again. Closets, under the bed, attic hatch, crawl space. I even opened the dryer. Nothing. But I still didn't feel alone. That night, neither of us slept. We sat in the living room, all the lights on, both of us holding mugs we didn't drink from. We turned the television on for noise, but neither of us paid attention to it. The only thing I kept watching was the time. 1:20, 1:50, 2:10. The backyard motion light didn't go off at 2 like usual. We waited, holding our breath. 2:20 passed. Then 2:30. Nothing. For a second, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe it was over. Maybe whoever it was finally got bored or moved on. At 2:43, the light in the hallway flickered once, then again. Then it went out. We didn't move. The rest of the house was silent. No footsteps, no sounds from outside. Just that light. I stood up slowly and looked down the hallway. Dark, still. But I noticed something strange. The light wasn't off. It was just covered, like someone had placed something over it. I started walking, careful not to make noise. As I got closer, I could see it more clearly. A dark cloth draped over the hallway bulb, thin enough to let some light through, but thick enough to dim everything. I reached up and pulled it off. It was a t-shirt, Not mine, not Mara's. Just some random, worn-looking black shirt. I held it in both hands, heart racing, stomach twisting. And that's when I heard it. A soft creak. From the guest room. Mara was still in the living room. I looked back at her. She nodded once. I walked to the guest room door, which was already cracked open. I pushed it slowly. The room looked empty, same as always. Spare bed, unused desk, closet doors closed. But something was different. The air felt used, like someone had been breathing in it, like the space had been occupied just a few moments before. I checked the closet. Nothing. But when I turned to leave, I noticed the desk drawer was open. Inside was my old notebook. And someone had drawn a small symbol on the cover in black ink, a circle with 2 lines through it, almost like a broken eye. I hadn't seen that before. I brought it out to Mara. She just stared at it for a long time before saying, "We need to leave." And for the first time, I didn't argue. We packed bags within 10 minutes. Clothes, laptops, chargers. We didn't even lock up, we just got in the car and drove. Mara called her cousin, who lived about 40 minutes out in the country. Said we were coming, didn't explain why. She didn't ask. When we got there, we collapsed onto the guest bed like we hadn't slept in days. Because we hadn't. We both passed out with the lights still on, our shoes still on, the window open just a crack. The next morning I checked my phone. 3 missed calls. No number, just unknown. And 1 text. No name. Just the same broken eye symbol. And the words, "You left too late." I stared at the text on my phone for what felt like minutes, maybe longer. The same strange symbol, that broken eye, and those 4 words. "You left too late." I didn't show Mara right away. She'd finally gotten a few hours of sleep, curled up under her cousin's guest blanket, the tension finally gone from her face. I just sat at the edge of the bed and tried to breathe normally, tried to remind myself that we were far away now, that the doors here had different locks, that the view from the windows was of open fields, not fences and shadows. But it didn't matter. He had followed us. Or maybe he'd never needed to. That was the part I still didn't understand, how someone could slip into our lives so easily, so quietly, how he could turn our own home against us without ever making a sound. Mara woke up around 10. She looked better, a little disoriented, but more herself than I'd seen her in days. She went straight to the shower while I made coffee in the tiny kitchen. Her cousin had left early for work, so the house was quiet except for the birds outside and the occasional creak of old floorboards. I kept thinking about that t-shirt, the one over the hallway light, how he must have been inside the house with us, even while we were awake, how close he must have been. That was the part I couldn't shake, not what he wanted, but how much access he'd already had. I didn't tell Mara about the text until later that afternoon. I wish I could say I was being considerate, but honestly, I just didn't want to see her face when she read it. When I finally showed her, she went quiet, not shocked, not scared even, just tired. "We need to go to the police again," she said finally. "And this time, we don't leave until someone listens." So that's what we did. We drove to the county station closest to her cousin's house and filed a full report. We showed them everything: the camera footage, the glitch logs, the footprint photos, the envelope with the typed note, even the strange notebook symbol. To their credit, they took it seriously. An officer named Sanders asked us to walk him through everything step by step. He didn't interrupt, didn't roll his eyes or make jokes about pranksters or wildlife. He just wrote everything down and asked clear, calm questions. At the end of it, he said something I'll never forget. "You're not the first people to report something like this." I blinked. Like what? A stalker? He looked at us carefully. Not exactly. He told us that over the past year, there had been a handful of reports in surrounding counties, all different people, different towns, but always the same pattern: a man seen outside at night. No clear face, cameras that glitched, notes with strange symbols, that same kind of slow, creeping presence, like someone watching, waiting, without ever breaking in. None of the reports had led to an arrest. In most cases, the people moved away. A few of them stopped responding entirely. Others just stopped pursuing it, like the fear had worn them out. "What does he want?" Mara asked. Her voice was quiet, scared, but steady. Officer Sanders didn't answer right away. Then he said, "I think sometimes the point isn't to get in, it's to change how you feel about being safe. Once that's gone, he doesn't need to do anything else." That hit me harder than anything else he could have said, because that was exactly what had happened to us. After the report, we went back to the house and made a plan. Mara's cousin offered to let us stay longer, but we didn't want to bring it here. We didn't want her dragged into whatever this was. So we packed up, called a friend out of state, someone I trusted, someone who owed me a favor, and arranged to stay in his guest house for a few months, somewhere with no connection to where we'd been. Somewhere new. We left 2 days later, drove with no stops, just gas and takeout. Mara never looked out the rearview mirror. I watched it the whole time. No one followed. The guest house was small, older, 1 floor, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. It had creaky steps and bad cell service, but the locks worked, and the backyard opened to a field of tall grass that never felt like it was hiding anything. We stayed there for 3 months. No notes. No glitches. No movement at 2 in the morning. Sometimes we'd still wake up from nightmares. Sometimes the lights would flicker and we'd freeze for a few seconds before reminding ourselves it was just a power surge, not a sign. I still checked the locks every night, sometimes twice. Mara kept a flashlight next to the bed, old habits. But the feeling started to fade. We cooked again, laughed again, went a few days without mentioning him. We got our lives back, piece by piece. After that we moved again, this time for good. New state, new house. Nothing fancy, just far from anything familiar. We don't keep cameras anymore. Just a tall fence and a dog we adopted from a shelter. He barks at everything. The mailman, the trash truck, squirrels, and I love him for it. Sometimes I still wonder who he was, or what he was. I wonder if he picked us at random, or if it was something we did. A look out a window at the wrong time, a conversation overheard, a door left unlocked one night 2 years ago. I'll probably never know. But here's what I do know. He wanted us scared, paralyzed, small, and he almost got it. But not anymore. I don't check the clock at night. I don't leave lights on. And when something creaks, I still get tense, but I don't assume the worst. Because we left. Too late, maybe. But we still left. And we never looked back. Growing up, my dad always believed that the outdoors was the best cure for any stress. He'd spend his summers as a teenager camping in the back country, so it felt natural for him to pass the tradition down to my brother and me. We'd spent countless weekends beneath towering pines and beside quiet lakes, sharing ghost stories by the fire. Camping trips had always been something we eagerly anticipated, a break from school and work, a time for family bonding. So when my parents suggested a weekend camping trip up to Blue Ridge Creek, we all jumped at the chance. It was an isolated place, somewhere off the beaten path, away from the usual tourist spots. Dad said he'd stumbled across it in some old hiking guidebook from the 80s. Mom loved the idea of escaping the crowds, and my younger brother Liam was always up for adventure. We packed quickly, excitement fueling our efforts. The station wagon was loaded with sleeping bags, tents, a cooler stocked with sandwiches and sodas, and all the gear we'd accumulated over the years. It was mid-September, a perfect balance between summer warmth and autumn chill. We hit the road early Friday morning, the radio playing softly as we left the city behind. The drive took hours, passing through small towns and winding along country roads before finally turning onto a dirt trail that seemed barely wide enough for our car. My dad drove slowly, carefully maneuvering around potholes and fallen branches. The deeper we went, the denser the forest became, closing around us until it felt like the rest of the world had faded away completely. Eventually, Dad pulled the car into a grassy clearing shaded by thick clusters of trees on all sides. It felt isolated, untouched, exactly the kind of place we loved. We quickly unloaded the car, setting up 2 tents, one for my parents and one for Liam and me. Afterward, we built a fire pit and gathered firewood from the surrounding woods. Liam joked around, trying to scare me with fake spider sightings and creepy rustling noises, but I ignored him, used to his pranks. As the sun began to set, we sat around the fire, roasting hot dogs and marshmallows, listening to Dad's stories from his younger days of backpacking through the wilderness. It was a calm night, with nothing unusual beyond the comforting sounds of crickets and the occasional distant owl call. But late that night, as Liam slept soundly beside me, I woke suddenly, unsettled by a strange feeling. I lay still in my sleeping bag, listening closely, trying to identify what had disturbed me. Everything seemed quiet, too quiet. I slowly unzipped the tent flap and peeked out, my heart hammering slightly. Outside, the fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting a faint, flickering glow over the clearing. Nothing appeared out of place. As I turned to settle back down, movement at the edge of the clearing caught my eye. Squinting into the darkness, I saw a figure standing at the tree line, motionless, facing our camp. My breath caught sharply, and a cold prickle raced down my spine. I nudged Liam awake, whispering urgently, "Hey Liam, wake up." He stirred groggily, rubbing his eyes. "What's wrong?" "There's someone out there," I whispered, pointing discreetly toward the figure. Liam peered through the opening, squinting sleepily. After a moment, he shook his head. "I don't see anything." But I was certain. "Right there," I insisted quietly, "by the big pine tree." He stared harder, then slowly nodded, his expression shifting from skeptical to concerned. "Yeah, okay, I see it now. Who is it?" "I don't know," I admitted uneasily. "Maybe another camper." "But they're just standing there," Liam muttered, "not moving at all." The two of us sat silently, watching the figure. Minutes passed, feeling endless. The stranger didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, silent and still. Eventually, Liam whispered nervously, "Should we wake Mom and Dad?" I hesitated, unsure what to do. Maybe it was just another camper, curious or lost. But the longer we watched, the more unnatural their stillness seemed. Eventually, though, exhaustion won out. The figure remained motionless, and my eyes grew heavy again. "Maybe they're just lost or something," I whispered uncertainly. "If they're still there in the morning, we'll tell Dad." Liam nodded hesitantly, and we both settled back into our sleeping bags. Sleep didn't come easily, but eventually I drifted off, unable to shake the feeling of eyes watching me through the thin tent walls. Morning came, bright and clear, bringing relief and warmth. We quickly left the tent, glancing nervously toward the tree line. There was nothing there now, no trace of whoever had stood silently watching our campsite. I began to doubt what we'd seen, blaming it on our imaginations and the darkness. Breakfast was quiet. Liam and I exchanged uneasy glances but said nothing to our parents about the stranger. Dad suggested a hike after eating, hoping to explore the woods around our camp. We agreed eagerly, desperate to leave last night's uneasiness behind. The hike was pleasant, reassuringly ordinary. We walked through lush green forests, crossed small creeks, and found deer tracks along muddy paths. Dad pointed out landmarks, making sure we'd find our way back easily. The strange figure from the previous night felt distant, almost dreamlike now. By the time we returned to our campsite in late afternoon, the forest felt normal again. My parents prepared dinner, while Liam and I played cards near the fire pit. As darkness fell once more, we relaxed, enjoying the warmth and company. But just as the fire began casting shadows across the clearing, Liam froze mid-move, his eyes wide. "They're back," he whispered urgently. My pulse quickened instantly, dread tightening my chest. I followed his gaze toward the woods. At the tree line, standing motionless once again, were three figures, this time silhouettes barely visible in the fading daylight, each one perfectly still, facing our camp. "Liam, what's wrong?" Mom asked, noticing his expression. Liam pointed nervously. "Someone's out there." Mom and Dad turned quickly, eyes searching the tree line. My father stood up immediately, calling out clearly, "Hello? Can we help you?" No answer came. The figures remained silent, unmoving, as if carved from stone. A tense silence settled over our campsite. Dad glanced at Mom, then grabbed his flashlight, moving cautiously toward the woods. "Stay here," he said firmly. I watched anxiously as he approached the figures, the beam of his flashlight piercing the darkness. But before he reached them, the figures stepped silently backward, disappearing into the shadows as suddenly as they'd appeared. Dad returned, his expression uneasy. "They're gone," he murmured. "Must be some local kids playing around." But I knew by his tone he wasn't convinced. We sat uneasily around the fire, watching the woods, the comfort of our family getaway evaporating into tense silence. That night, as Liam slept nervously beside me, I lay awake, straining to hear even the slightest sound from outside. Everything was quiet, too quiet again. My stomach tightened painfully as I wondered who these silent watchers were and what they wanted from us. Deep down, I knew the peace we'd sought in this remote campsite was over. We were not alone here, and whatever was out there, watching silently from the darkness, wasn't ready to let us go. Sleep was impossible. Each minute dragged on endlessly as I stared at the tent ceiling, my thoughts racing. Every sound outside, branches creaking, leaves rustling, made me tense, waiting for the next sign of the strangers who'd silently observed us from the woods. Beside me, Liam shifted restlessly in his sleeping bag, occasionally murmuring uneasily in his sleep. I envied him for even being able to drift off. By the time the gray light of dawn filtered through the tent fabric, I was exhausted, nerves frayed by hours of hypervigilance. I sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes, hoping daylight would offer some relief from the relentless tension of the night. Quietly, I unzipped the tent flap and peered out cautiously. The campsite appeared undisturbed, exactly as we'd left it. The fire pit was cold and quiet. Our camping chairs circled it like sentinels. Our parents' tent was still zipped tight, the soft sound of Dad's gentle snoring reassuringly normal. The oppressive feeling of being watched seemed to fade slightly with daylight, but a lingering sense of unease remained deep in my chest. Liam stirred awake behind me, sitting up groggily. "Are they gone?" he asked immediately, fear edging his voice. "I don't see anyone," I replied softly, trying to sound reassuring, though I wasn't convinced myself. He crawled to the tent opening and scanned the clearing nervously. His shoulders relaxed visibly when he saw the empty woods. "Maybe Dad was right," he said hopefully. "Just some kids trying to scare us." "Yeah," I agreed unconvincingly, stepping outside and stretching stiff muscles. The morning air was crisp and cool, heavy with dew and the earthy scent of the forest. For a moment, I allowed myself to believe we'd imagined it. that our minds had played tricks in the darkness. But that comforting illusion shattered instantly when I glanced toward the far side of our campsite. Near the tree line, partially hidden by thick undergrowth, something stood out starkly against the natural surroundings. Slowly, my heart pounding in my chest, I walked closer. Liam followed silently behind, eyes wide with apprehension. There, driven firmly into the soft ground, was a large wooden stake. Tied roughly to it was a scrap of torn white cloth, fluttering gently in the morning breeze. It looked like a makeshift marker or some kind of crude sign, placed deliberately while we'd slept. I swallowed hard, glancing around the empty forest. "This wasn't here yesterday," I whispered nervously. Liam shook his head slowly. "What does it mean?" I had no answer. Fear began to gnaw at me again, even stronger than before. Whatever this was, it meant we hadn't imagined last night's visitors. Someone or something had been here, silently moving around our campsite, leaving this strange warning behind. Just then, Dad emerged from his tent, stretching and yawning loudly. "Good morning," he called cheerfully, unaware of our discovery. When he saw us standing stiffly near the edge of the clearing, his expression shifted immediately. "What is it?" he asked sharply, moving quickly to join us. I pointed wordlessly at the stake. Dad's eyes narrowed in confusion and suspicion. He knelt beside it, examining the cloth closely. "Looks deliberate," he muttered, glancing uneasily toward the dense forest. "Someone definitely put this here overnight." Mom approached cautiously, sensing our anxiety. "What's wrong?" Dad stood, his expression grim. "We weren't alone last night. Whoever was watching us left this." Mom's eyes widened with alarm. "Should we leave?" Dad hesitated, clearly torn. "We should at least move," he said finally, sounding reluctant but firm. "There's another spot I remember passing on the way in, closer to the main trail. It's probably safer there." We quickly packed our belongings, working silently and swiftly. Every movement felt urgent, charged with tension. Within an hour the car was loaded, and we set off down the narrow dirt road, following Dad's directions carefully. The second campsite felt less isolated, closer to civilization, though still remote. We set up quickly, working in silence, glancing frequently toward the woods around us. The tension eased slightly once the tents were up and our belongings unpacked again. Dad insisted we'd be safer here, and I desperately wanted to believe him. The day passed quietly, but we couldn't relax fully. Every snapping twig, every rustling leaf made us jump, hearts racing, until we confirmed nothing lurked nearby. Even Liam, usually carefree, was quieter than usual, casting anxious glances toward the surrounding trees. As darkness approached again, Dad built a large fire, larger than usual, as if trying to hold the encroaching night at bay. Mom cooked dinner quickly, and we ate quietly, conversation strained and awkward. None of us wanted to admit how deeply shaken we felt. Afterward, we sat silently around the fire, watching sparks drift upward into the night sky. The forest around us was eerily quiet, the usual nighttime sounds muted or absent entirely. My nerves frayed further with each passing minute. Dad eventually broke the silence, trying to sound reassuring. "I'm sure we'll be fine here. We're closer to the main trail. People camp here all the time." But his voice lacked conviction, and we all knew it. As the night grew deeper, Liam yawned nervously, exhaustion finally overtaking his fear. "I'm going to bed," he murmured quietly, standing and moving quickly to our tent. I stayed near the fire, reluctant to face another sleepless night. My parents soon followed Liam, leaving me alone by the crackling flames. For a while I sat silently, staring into the fire, hypnotized by the dancing flames, praying for an uneventful night. Then, as the fire burned low and my eyelids grew heavy, I heard it again, a faint rustling, just beyond the light of the dying fire. My heart instantly began to pound. I strained to listen, breath catching painfully in my throat. This time I wasn't imagining it. Someone was out there, just beyond sight, moving quietly through the darkened trees. Slowly, almost afraid to breathe, I turned to face the woods. My body froze instantly. At the edge of our new campsite stood several silent figures, silhouettes perfectly still, illuminated only faintly by the firelight. They made no movement, no sound, just stood motionless, staring directly toward our tents. Fear gripped me completely, every muscle locked in place. We hadn't escaped them, they had found us again, silently, effortlessly. The feeling of dread grew overwhelming, choking any hope I'd held on to. Desperate, I finally managed to force my voice out, trembling and weak. "Dad, Mom," I called urgently, barely audible at first. Then louder, panic clear now. "Dad, wake up, they're back." In the darkness, the figures remained unmoving, watching us silently, patiently, as if waiting for something. My father burst from the tent, flashlight in hand, his face pale in the dim glow. "What is it?" he demanded sharply, sweeping the beam toward the trees. But as soon as the light touched them, the figures stepped silently back, disappearing instantly into the shadows again, leaving nothing but empty darkness behind. Dad stood frozen, flashlight shaking slightly in his grip. "I saw them," he murmured in disbelief. "There were several this time." My chest tightened painfully, terror clutching at my heart. "They followed us. They're not going to let us leave." Dad looked back at me, his eyes filled with dread. "No," he whispered softly, "they're not." The silence that followed was unbearable. Dad stood frozen near the fire pit, his flashlight trembling slightly in his grip. My mother emerged cautiously from the tent, her expression pale and uncertain. Liam lingered nervously just behind her, his eyes wide and fearful. We all looked toward the dark woods, half expecting the silent figures to reappear, but nothing stirred. My father finally moved, sweeping the flashlight in a slow, deliberate arc, illuminating nothing but empty trees and dense shadows. After several tense moments, he sighed deeply, lowering the beam. "They're gone again," he said quietly, almost to himself. "But they know we're here," Liam whispered, his voice trembling. He edged closer to my mother, seeking reassurance in her presence. "We can't stay," Mom said sharply, her voice strained with anxiety. This isn't right, John. Whoever these people are, they're watching us. They're following us. Dad hesitated, clearly struggling with what to do. The confidence he usually carried was now replaced with uncertainty, and for the first time in my life, I saw genuine fear etched on his face. Finally, he nodded slowly, rubbing a tired hand over his face. "You're right. We'll leave at first light." That decision brought a small measure of relief, but it didn't calm our nerves. The night stretched on endlessly, each minute filled with agonizing silence. We huddled together near the fire, unwilling or unable to sleep. Dad kept the fire burning brightly, constantly adding wood as if the flames alone could shield us from whatever was lurking beyond the trees. Every sound from the forest kept us tense, hyper-alert. Liam leaned against me, his shoulder pressing into mine. Mom stared blankly at the flames, while Dad paced restlessly around the campsite perimeter, his flashlight beam piercing the darkness again and again. Hours passed slowly until finally the sky began to lighten, a faint blush of pink coloring the horizon. Morning had never been more welcome. Without hesitation, we packed hastily, breaking down tents and shoving gear into the car as quickly as we could manage. No one spoke. Every movement felt urgent, the desire to escape almost overwhelming. Dad started the engine, the familiar rumble of the car bringing some small reassurance. As we climbed in, I glanced back toward the campsite, a place we'd hoped would bring relaxation, but had instead delivered nothing but fear. As we pulled away, I couldn't help but scan the tree line once more. My heart sank instantly. Standing quietly among the trees, just barely visible, were two figures. They stood completely still, watching silently as we drove away. "Did you see that?" Liam asked sharply, his voice high-pitched with panic. "Just keep driving," Mom said tightly, her eyes fixed ahead, her hands trembling slightly. Dad accelerated slowly, navigating the rough dirt road carefully, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. For several tense minutes, no one spoke, the silence in the car oppressive and heavy with lingering dread. Eventually, the dense forest gave way to a clearer stretch of road. I finally felt my shoulders begin to relax slightly. Maybe we had managed to leave them behind after all. But that small moment of relief shattered as Dad cursed suddenly, braking sharply. Ahead of us, across the narrow road, lay a thick branch, blocking our path completely. My stomach twisted painfully. "That wasn't here when we came in," I whispered. "No," Dad agreed grimly. "It wasn't." He stepped out cautiously, surveying the obstacle. After a moment, he motioned for me to help him. Together, we tried shifting the branch, but it was heavy and awkward, clearly placed deliberately to block the road. Finally, after several attempts, we managed to drag it aside just enough to clear a narrow path. As we got back into the car, Mom was gripping Liam's hand tightly, both their faces pale and anxious. Dad's expression was grim, jaw set firmly as he accelerated again, guiding us slowly forward. We all knew now that this wasn't some random incident or misunderstanding. Someone didn't want us to leave. We drove in tense silence, each bump in the road causing me to jump slightly, heart hammering painfully. Just as the tension began to ease slightly, we rounded a sharp bend, and Dad slammed on the brakes again, cursing louder this time. Another branch blocked the road, even larger and heavier than the first. Panic flooded through me. "They're trapping us," I murmured weakly. Dad nodded, gripping the wheel so tightly his knuckles went white. "Looks like it." He hesitated, scanning the woods nervously, then finally stepped out again. I followed cautiously, eyes darting around uneasily. Together we struggled with the massive branch, straining against its weight. It shifted slowly, scraping loudly against the gravel road. Suddenly, a sharp snapping noise echoed through the trees behind us. We both froze instantly, our eyes locking in shared fear. Dad motioned urgently, whispering sharply, "Get back in the car now." We moved quickly, scrambling inside and locking the doors tightly. Dad restarted the engine, maneuvering carefully around the partially moved branch. The road ahead appeared clear again, but we were all painfully aware it could change at any moment. The tension inside the car was unbearable. Liam clung tightly to Mom, eyes wide and frightened. My chest felt tight, every breath a struggle. Dad kept glancing nervously in the rearview mirror, clearly expecting another obstacle at any moment. Miraculously, though, the road remained clear. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the familiar sight of the main road appeared ahead, visible through the thinning trees. Relief surged through me, tears burning my eyes. But as we pulled onto the pavement, leaving the forest behind, the feeling of being watched didn't fade. Dad drove quickly, but quietly, tension still thick inside the car. Finally, after several miles, he slowed, pulling into a gas station. The familiar sight of other people brought immediate relief. Dad stepped out, breathing deeply, his face pale and shaken. He looked older suddenly, exhausted and deeply disturbed. "We're calling the police," he said quietly, his voice strained but resolute. Within the hour, 2 patrol cars arrived, and we explained everything, our voices trembling with lingering fear. The officers listened carefully, exchanging cautious glances. "You aren't the first to report something like this," one officer admitted reluctantly. "We've had other campers talk about similar experiences in those woods, but every time we investigate, there's no trace of anyone." Dad's face tightened. "They blocked the road. It wasn't random." The officer nodded sympathetically. "We'll search again, but those woods are dense, isolated. It's easy for people to vanish without a trace." We spent the next hour filling out reports, our anxiety barely easing. Eventually the police left, promising updates but clearly doubtful they'd find anything. The drive home was silent, heavy with unspoken fears. That night, locked safely in our home, sleep remained elusive. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow suspicious. Despite leaving the woods, I knew something had changed permanently. We'd stumbled onto something deeply unsettling, something we weren't meant to see. And even though we'd escaped, I knew deep down that those silent figures were still there watching, waiting quietly in the shadows of that isolated forest, ready for the next visitors unfortunate enough to find themselves trapped within their grasp. We didn't go camping again after that. Not for a while, anyway. The tent stayed rolled up in the garage, gathering dust. The cooler sat untouched in the corner, and even the smell of campfire smoke, something that used to bring a rush of good memories, now made my stomach tighten. We didn't talk much about what happened. Not out loud, maybe because we didn't fully understand it ourselves. We'd told the police everything, the figures, the branches on the road, the markers left behind, but they didn't find anything. No footprints, no signs of other people, no cameras. Just another report filed away, probably labeled as paranoia or misidentification, or one of those terms they use to make something unexplainable easier to ignore. But we hadn't imagined it. We knew what we saw. After a few weeks passed, things started to feel normal again, at least on the surface. My dad went back to work. Mom started cooking more, like she always did when she needed to feel in control. Liam started sleeping through the night again, though he kept the hallway light on. And me? I tried to act like it didn't affect me. I told myself it was just a weird experience, that it was over. But some nights, I'd wake up for no reason, heart pounding, convinced someone was outside my window. I started checking the locks every night before bed, double checking, sometimes triple. Not because I thought someone was coming back, but because part of me wasn't sure they ever left. One evening, a couple of months after the trip, Dad brought home takeout and casually mentioned that he'd talked to the ranger station near Blue Ridge Creek. I remember the way he said it, like he wasn't sure he should be bringing it up. They closed part of the trail system, he said quietly, setting down a bag of food. Said there were too many reports of weird activity, vandalism, people getting turned around. Mom glanced up, her hand pausing mid-reach. Vandalism? She repeated. Is that what they're calling it? Dad gave a small shrug. They didn't say much else, just that hikers were reporting strange things, getting followed, items going missing, similar to what we said. My appetite vanished. I stared at the takeout box in front of me, but all I could think about was the forest, the way the branches had snapped in that deliberate, unnatural way. The silence when those figures appeared, how it wasn't just quiet but wrong, like the woods were holding their breath. A few nights later, I woke up around 3 a.m. No dreams, no sound that I could remember. I just woke up. The room was dim with moonlight, my window partially cracked because of the unseasonably warm air. I sat up in bed, disoriented, and for a moment everything seemed normal. Then I heard it. Not loud, just a faint rustling. Not in my room, outside, near the window. I held my breath, frozen. The sound was slow, almost deliberate, like someone dragging their fingers through a hedge. I got out of bed and moved to the window, heart thudding. I didn't know what I was expecting, but when I looked out, there was nothing there. The backyard was empty, the trees at the edge of our property perfectly still, no wind, no animals, just silence. But I could feel it again, that same pressure, that same sense of being watched that had haunted me in the forest. I backed away from the window, shut it, and pulled the blinds. In the morning, I went outside to check. Nothing was out of place, no footprints, no broken branches, but I noticed something odd near the base of the old oak tree. A single small stone stacked neatly on top of another, balanced perfectly, not something that would happen on its own. I knocked it over with the toe of my shoe and went back inside. Later that day, I finally brought it up to Liam. We were sitting on the back steps, watching the neighbor's dog bark at squirrels. "You ever feel like something followed us back?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "Sometimes I dream about them, the ones that were standing in the trees." I looked at him. "What do they do?" "Nothing," he said. "They just stand there, but it's like they're waiting for something." I didn't respond. There was nothing to say. That weekend, Dad got a call from one of the officers who had taken our report after the trip. Said they had a hiker go missing not far from where we'd camped. Left his car at the trailhead, never came back. Search parties found his gear, his phone, everything scattered across a ridge 2 miles off the path. No signs of struggle, just gone. They'd closed more of the forest since then. Quietly, no big press release, no announcements, just a few more trails marked under maintenance or hazardous conditions. We stopped asking about it after that, but the unease stayed. A few weeks later, Liam found another one of those small stone stacks, this time on the porch. No one else seemed to notice it. He kicked it into the bushes without saying anything. We didn't tell our parents. That fall, Dad sold most of our camping gear. He said it was taking up space, that we hadn't used it in a while. But we all knew the real reason. None of us wanted to be that far from home again. Not in the woods, not surrounded by trees. The hardest part to explain is how quiet the fear is now. It's not the screaming kind. It's not waking up in a cold sweat or jumping at every sound. It's quieter than that. It's walking through your backyard and checking behind the shed even when you know no one's there. It's locking your window even on the hottest nights. It's noticing the way the wind shifts when you're outside and wondering, just for a second, if something is watching. I don't think they followed us exactly, not like walking behind us with footsteps and breath. It's more like they're aware of us now, like once you've seen them, they don't forget you. And maybe they don't have to come back. Maybe they never left. It had been nearly 3 months since our trip to Blue Ridge Creek, and though life had mostly returned to normal on the outside, none of us were really the same. Something about that place clung to us like damp air that wouldn't lift. We stopped doing certain things without realizing it. No more late-night walks, no more backyard campfires. Even Liam, who used to beg to sleep outside in the tent, didn't mention it again. It was like we'd all silently agreed to pretend the forest didn't exist, that the things we saw weren't real. But deep down, we knew better. Then, in mid-November, my dad got a call that changed everything. He was in the kitchen when his phone rang. I only caught his side of the conversation, but the tone of his voice told me enough. Low, serious, all the usual warmth stripped away. "You're sure it's the same area?" "Right, near the ridge." "No, I haven't heard anything since our report." Yeah, that's strange." He hung up and sat at the kitchen table for a long time, staring out the window, like he was trying to decide if he should say something. Eventually, I asked, "Was it the cops again?" He didn't look at me. "Forest Service this time." "About the missing hiker?" Dad nodded slowly. "They found his backpack, propped up against a tree like someone had placed it there on purpose. Everything inside was untouched, even his phone." "Any idea what happened to him?" "They didn't say, but the guy I talked to sounded off, like he knew more than he could tell me." That night, I couldn't sleep again. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind press against the house. Sometime after midnight, I got up to get a glass of water. As I passed Liam's room, I heard something that made me stop in my tracks. He was talking. Not loud, and not the kind of talking you do in sleep. It was quiet, steady like a conversation. I leaned closer, trying to make out the words. "No, I didn't. I told you already. I don't want to go back." A pause. "But they're not listening to me. They think it's over." Another pause. Then, quieter, almost a whisper, "Okay." I knocked lightly. "Liam?" Silence. I opened the door slowly. His room was dark, lit only by the blue glow of his nightlight. He was sitting up in bed, staring at the window, blanket pulled to his chest. I stepped inside. "Who were you talking to?" "No one," he said too quickly. I sat on the edge of his bed. "Liam, don't lie to me." He looked at me for a long moment. Then, in a small voice, he said, "Sometimes they talk to me, at night." I felt the breath leave my lungs. "Who talks to you?" He shrugged. "I don't know. Just them, the ones from the woods." My hands went cold. "What do they say?" "They ask if I remember, if I know the way back. They say we're still part of it, that it's not done." His voice cracked on the last word, and I saw the fear in his eyes. Real, deep fear. I put an arm around him, and for the first time since we left that place, he let himself cry. The next morning, I told my parents. They didn't doubt me, not anymore. We agreed that Liam should talk to someone, maybe a therapist. But what were we supposed to say? That he was being haunted by something from the forest? That we all were? Instead, we focused on keeping him grounded. We did more as a family, ate dinner together every night, took short trips to the lake or the movies. It helped a little. His nightmares got less frequent, and he stopped talking to the empty air. Until last week. It was early evening, and we were all home. Mom was cooking. Dad was out in the garage. I was upstairs when I heard the doorbell ring. I didn't think much of it, probably a delivery or one of the neighbors. But then I heard Liam scream. I ran downstairs, heart in my throat. Mom was already in the entryway, trying to calm him down. He was pressed against the wall, eyes locked on the front door, trembling all over. "There was someone there," he sobbed. "Outside the door." He looked right at me. "Who?" Mom asked, her voice shaking. "I don't know. He was just standing there, watching." Dad came in a minute later. He checked outside, walked the perimeter of the house, found nothing. But when he came back inside, he was pale. He didn't say anything for a long time. Then he looked at me and said, "There was a footprint on the doormat, just one." He didn't have to explain. We all knew what that meant. The next day, we installed security cameras. That night, around 2:30 in the morning, I woke up to a motion alert on my phone. I grabbed it immediately and pulled up the feed from the front porch camera. Nothing, just the porch, quiet, empty. I checked the side yard, still nothing. But when I clicked on the backyard feed, my breath caught in my throat. There, at the far edge of the yard, near the fence, stood 3 figures, barely visible in the grainy night vision, but clearly human-shaped, standing, still, watching. I stared at the screen, frozen, unable to move. Then, just as I was about to wake my parents, the feed glitched. The figures flickered and were gone. We checked the yard at sunrise. There were no footprints, no signs of anyone, but we all knew what we'd seen. They weren't gone. They had just been waiting. And now they were back. We didn't go to the police. Not again. After everything, the strange disappearances, the figures in the woods, the camera footage, we knew what they'd say. We'd already filed a report. We'd already tried to explain it, and nothing came of it. Instead, we did what we'd been doing since that first night in the forest. We waited, we watched, and we hoped they wouldn't come closer. But they did. It happened the next week, just after midnight. We were all in the living room because none of us had been sleeping much lately. The television was on, but no one was watching it. Dad sat on the edge of the couch staring toward the window. Mom was curled up in the recliner, Liam beside her, half asleep but restless. Then the motion light in the backyard clicked on. We all turned at the same time. My stomach dropped. The camera feed on the television Dad had started keeping it up on the screen at all times showed what we already knew. They were back, 3 of them, standing at the tree line. Still, silent. Exactly like before. Only this time they were closer. No one said a word. No one had to. Dad stood up and walked to the front door. He didn't grab a bat or a flashlight, just opened the door and stepped outside. "Dad," I said quietly, moving toward him, "what are you doing?" "I'm done hiding," he said. "We've tried that. It didn't work." Mom came to the door, her face pale, jaundiced. He looked back at us. "I'm not going far." He stepped out into the cold air. The rest of us followed him as far as the porch. He stood on the lawn, hands in his jacket pockets, staring out at the tree line. The 3 figures hadn't moved. They stood just beyond the reach of the light, barely visible. He raised his voice, calm but firm. "What do you want?" No answer. "If you're trying to scare us, it worked," he said. "You've made your point. But this is our home. You don't belong here." Still, no movement, no sound. "I'm not letting you hurt my family," he continued. "So if you've got something to say, say it." Then, after a long pause, one of the figures stepped forward. Just a step, no more. It was enough to make every hair on my body stand up. Dad didn't move. None of us did. And then, as suddenly as they'd come, the figures turned and walked into the woods. Not fast, not running, just leaving. The motion light flicked off a few seconds later. We all stood there for a while, not sure what we'd just witnessed. Eventually, Dad walked back toward us, still quiet. He didn't say anything, just looked at us and nodded. We went back inside, locking every door and window, even though we knew it wouldn't matter if they really wanted in. But they didn't come back. Not the next night, not the night after that, not for the rest of the month. And slowly, cautiously, we started trying to move forward. The therapist said trauma works in strange ways, that the brain will hold on to fear longer than anything else, especially when there's no closure. But we didn't want closure. Not really. We didn't want to understand what those things were or why they came. We just wanted to be left alone. So we made changes. We got a second dog, a big one, installed floodlights around the entire backyard. Dad replaced the entire back fence with a taller, heavier one. It was like putting up a wall between us and whatever had followed us home. We didn't camp anymore, and eventually we stopped talking about it. Liam's nightmares faded. He started playing outside again only during the day, and never near the woods, but still, it was something. Mom planted a vegetable garden in the spring. I graduated high school and got a job at the hardware store in town. Life crept forward. And for a long time, nothing happened. Then one afternoon, while cleaning the garage, Dad found the old cooler we used to take camping. Still had the duct tape on the side from the trip to Blue Ridge. He looked at it for a long time before quietly carrying it to the curb and setting it down for the trash. That night we had dinner together on the back patio for the first time in almost a year. There was laughter again, real laughter. And even though part of me still checked the tree line every time I went outside, it started to feel more like habit than fear. We had survived something we couldn't explain, and that would have to be enough. No one ever came for answers. No news crews, no investigators, just another quiet family in a quiet town, trying to forget a few strange nights in the woods. But there are still times rare, but real, when I wake up around 3 in the morning. And I check the backyard camera, just in case. Because I still believe they're out there, not waiting for us, but watching for whoever comes next. It was a chilly Wednesday evening in early November, and the sun had already set by the time I finished my shift. I'd started a new job at a small accounting firm downtown about 2 months ago, and the office was within comfortable walking distance of my apartment. Usually, I enjoyed the peacefulness of my 20-minute walk home, using the time to clear my head after a long day of paperwork and meetings. But tonight, something felt different. As I stepped outside into the brisk air, pulling my coat tighter around myself, I noticed the street was unusually quiet. Most shops had already closed their doors, leaving the sidewalk nearly empty. Street lights cast pools of dim orange light onto the pavement, barely illuminating the shadows between buildings. An uneasy sensation stirred in my stomach, but I brushed it off as simple paranoia from too many late-night true crime documentaries. I quickened my pace slightly, eager to get home and out of the biting cold. I'd walked about 2 blocks when I became aware of footsteps behind me. At first, I didn't pay much attention, assuming someone else was just heading in the same direction. But after several minutes, the footsteps remained consistently behind me, never speeding up, never slowing down, keeping pace precisely with my own. Curiosity quickly turned into unease. My heart rate began to rise slightly, but I told myself I was overreacting. People walked behind each other all the time without incident. Still, the persistent rhythm of the stranger's footsteps, always just a few steps behind me, sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the weather. I decided to test my suspicion. At the next intersection, I abruptly turned left, deviating from my usual route. It was slightly longer, but it would let me confirm if I was really being followed. As I rounded the corner, I glanced back discreetly and saw him clearly for the first time. He was a tall, lanky figure dressed in dark clothing. His hood was pulled up, obscuring his face, and his hands were buried deep in his jacket pockets. My heart thudded heavily against my rib cage. He had turned too, precisely matching my route. This wasn't a coincidence. I quickly crossed to the other side of the street, hoping he might continue straight or turn away, proving I was overthinking. But the man calmly crossed the street as well, mirroring my every movement. Panic surged through me, and I felt my pulse quicken. I pulled out my phone, pretending to send a casual text message, trying to appear unaware as I glanced around for any nearby pedestrians or open shops. But the street remained empty, silent, except for my quickening breaths and the footsteps now unmistakably closer behind me. My building was still several blocks away, and I knew I had to make a decision. Instinct took over. Without warning, I broke into a run, my shoes pounding against the pavement. Adrenaline flooded my system as I sprinted, barely aware of anything but the urgent need to reach safety. A quick glance backward confirmed my worst fear. He was running now too, keeping pace effortlessly, like some dark shadow trailing me relentlessly. My breath burned in my lungs as I approached my apartment building. I fumbled desperately for my keys, terror causing my fingers to tremble uncontrollably. I could hear him clearly behind me now, the rhythmic pounding of his feet against the ground rapidly closing in. At last I reached the entrance, my shaking hands barely managing to insert the key into the lock. I practically fell inside, slamming the door behind me, turning every lock as fast as possible. Leaning against the door, gasping for air, I stood motionless, listening closely. For a moment, everything was quiet, and I briefly wondered if I'd imagined the entire ordeal. But then I heard it, footsteps approaching slowly outside. They paused directly on the other side of my door. My stomach twisted painfully as I strained to listen, fear immobilizing me completely. A sudden knock echoed sharply through my apartment, making me jump. It was soft at first, almost polite, then louder, more insistent. My heart pounded frantically as I remained frozen in place, hardly daring to breathe. His voice came next, quiet, calm, but deeply unsettling. "I know you're in there." His tone wasn't angry or threatening. It was calm, controlled, almost conversational. But somehow that made it even more terrifying. My thoughts raced as panic threatened to overwhelm me. I carefully backed away from the door, nearly stumbling over my feet as I reached for my phone again, frantically dialing 911. The dispatcher answered quickly, and I struggled to keep my voice quiet and steady, whispering urgently into the phone. "There's a man outside my apartment. He followed me home. He's at my door right now." The dispatcher remained calm, reassuring me that police officers were already en route. "Stay on the line," she instructed gently. "Don't open your door for any reason." I crouched near the hallway closet, hidden partially from view, trembling uncontrollably as I listened for any sound of movement outside. The seconds felt impossibly long. Silence stretched on painfully, the man no longer knocking, no longer speaking. It was almost worse wondering if he'd left, or if he was simply waiting patiently. Minutes later, flashing blue lights illuminated the room through my blinds. Relief surged through me as I heard muffled voices outside. A knock sounded again, this time louder, more authoritative. "Police, open up." I rushed forward, checking through the peephole first, seeing two uniformed officers standing outside. With shaking hands, I quickly unlocked and opened the door, nearly collapsing with relief. "Are you okay, ma'am?" one officer asked gently as they stepped inside. "Two don't know," I stammered, looking past them into the empty hallway. "He was right here. Did you see him?" The officers shook their heads, glancing toward each other briefly. "We didn't see anyone outside. He may have left before we arrived. Can you describe him?" I recounted every detail I could remember: the dark hoodie, his height, how he matched my pace exactly. They took notes carefully, assuring me they'd patrol the area thoroughly. After ensuring my apartment was secure, they advised me to lock everything and promised they'd increase patrols around my building. They handed me a card with a number to call if anything else happened. Once they left, I locked every lock again, drew the curtains tightly, and sat alone on my couch, too terrified to sleep. Questions filled my mind relentlessly. Who was that man? Why had he followed me? And why had he knocked on my door with such disturbing calmness? I didn't have answers. All I knew for certain was that he'd found me once, and I couldn't shake the chilling thought that he might return again, waiting patiently in the shadows until the police were gone and I was alone once more. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every small noise in the apartment set my nerves on edge: a distant car horn, the creak of floorboards settling. Even my own breathing seemed disturbingly loud. My mind raced, replaying every second of the evening: the quiet footsteps behind me, his shadowy figure crossing the street, the calm knocking at my door, and his chilling words, "I know you're in there." By morning, exhaustion had worn me down. Sunlight spilled through the gaps in my curtains, offering little comfort. I called my boss, explaining vaguely that I wasn't feeling well. She understood immediately. My voice must have betrayed the fear I was trying so hard to conceal. After hanging up, I sat in silence, realizing I couldn't hide forever. Detective Davis, one of the officers assigned to follow up on my case, visited later that morning. He was a serious, middle-aged man with gentle eyes that seemed genuinely concerned. We sat at my kitchen table as he asked me detailed questions about the previous night, taking careful notes and listening patiently as I recounted the terrifying events again. "We checked security cameras nearby," he explained after I finished speaking. "Unfortunately, the footage is limited and doesn't clearly show his face. He was very careful." Frustration gnawed at me. "So he's still out there, free to come back?" Davis nodded sympathetically. "We're increasing patrols and following up on any leads we have. In the meantime, please stay vigilant. We'll find him." After Davis left, I paced around my small apartment, unable to shake the paranoia. Every noise sent a fresh surge of anxiety through me. Eventually, I made myself busy double-checking every window, installing additional locks, and even ordering security cameras online, determined to protect myself. In the days that followed, life became tense and isolating. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, paranoid whenever I ventured outside. Even a simple walk to the grocery store filled me with dread. I took different routes every day, sometimes doubling back or making unnecessary turns, just to be certain I wasn't being followed. Yet, despite my precautions, I never felt truly safe. Then, exactly 1 week after the first incident, I received a package at my doorstep. It was a plain brown box with no return address or identifying labels, only my name handwritten neatly across the top. A cold sense of dread pooled in my stomach. Carefully, I carried it inside and placed it on my kitchen counter. My hands shook as I cautiously opened the box, heart racing uncontrollably. Inside, wrapped in tissue paper, was a single photographer-candid picture taken from across the street. My stomach turned violently. It was an image of me, unaware and distracted, walking home from work just days earlier. Panic rose inside me again. He'd been watching me all along, even after the police got involved. I immediately called Detective Davis, describing the disturbing package in a voice trembling with fear. He arrived quickly, examining the box and photograph carefully. "He's sending a message," Davis said, his tone serious. "He's letting you know he's still watching." "I can't live like this," I whispered, feeling completely trapped. "He's controlling every aspect of my life." Davis offered reassurance, promising they'd intensify their investigation, and took the box and photo as evidence. Yet his promises did little to ease my fears. Days turned into weeks, and the stalker's silence became deafening. Every quiet evening was agonizing, every shadow on the street a potential threat. Sleep became nearly impossible, and my health suffered. Friends offered help, but I distanced myself, afraid they'd become targets too. Just when I'd begun to believe he might finally leave me alone, another incident shattered that hope. One evening as I arrived home, I found my apartment door slightly ajar. Instantly, my blood turned to ice. I stepped back, shaking, and called 911 immediately. Police arrived within minutes, carefully entering and clearing my apartment room by room. Detective Davis arrived shortly after, his expression grim. "He's escalating," Davis explained gently. "Breaking in is a serious escalation of behavior." Inside, the apartment was disturbingly untouched. Nothing was missing or disturbed, except for one unsettling detail: a handwritten note placed neatly on my pillow with 4 simple words. "You can't hide forever." I broke down, overwhelmed by fear and exhaustion. Davis stood beside me, quietly supportive. "We won't let him hurt you," he promised firmly. "But for now, it's safest for you to stay elsewhere." Reluctantly, I packed a bag and moved temporarily to a hotel recommended by Davis under police supervision. The room was anonymous and secure, yet the fear remained, deeply rooted in my mind. Each night in the unfamiliar hotel bed, I lay awake, replaying the stalker's actions, haunted by questions. Who was he? What had I done to attract his attention? One afternoon, Detective Davis called again, his tone cautiously optimistic. "We found something," he said carefully. "A security camera captured him entering your apartment building. We finally have a clear image of his face." Hope surged through me for the first time in weeks. "Do you know who he is?" "Not yet," Davis admitted, "but we're running the image through databases and circulating it widely. Someone will recognize him." 2 days later, I was sitting alone in my hotel room when Davis called urgently. "We got him," he said quickly. "His name is Mark Collins. He has a record for similar harassment cases out of state. We're bringing him in now." I felt dizzy with relief. Mark Collins, just a name, but it changed everything. Knowing his identity made him less mysterious, less powerful. Still, the idea he'd targeted others before unsettled me deeply. Later that evening, Davis visited me personally at the hotel. "He's in custody and cooperating," Davis reassured me, clearly relieved himself. "Apparently, he'd become fixated on you weeks ago after spotting you walking home. He claimed he only wanted your attention, but we know better. He's being charged with harassment and stalking. Given his history, he'll likely face significant jail time." I exhaled shakily, the weight of weeks of terror slowly lifting. "Am I really safe now?" Davis smiled gently, understanding my fear. "He won't harm you again, but recovery might take time. You'll need to heal emotionally. We're here if you need anything." The days afterward felt strange. Gradually, I returned to my apartment, installing additional security, and still cautious when I walked home. Slowly, though, life began feeling normal again. The paranoia faded slightly, replaced by a fragile sense of safety. A month later, I attended Mark Collins's court hearing. Seeing him face to face was difficult, yet empowering. He avoided eye contact, no longer mysterious or threatening. He pleaded guilty, receiving a prison sentence and strict orders never to contact or approach me again. As I left the courtroom, Detective Davis approached me, offering a comforting smile. "You did the right thing," he said warmly. "Your courage stopped him. You survived this, and you'll heal." His words resonated deeply. I knew fear would linger for a while, and my sense of safety would take time to rebuild completely. But finally, after weeks of fear, anxiety, and torment, I felt a small spark of hope. Walking home afterward, the world around me felt brighter, more open, less threatening. For the first time since that terrifying night, I felt genuinely safe. The man who had followed me home had been captured, exposed, and held accountable. He no longer had power over me. Finally, I was free. Over the next several months, I slowly reclaimed my life. Returning to a normal routine wasn't easy at first. Every evening when I walked home, my heart still skipped a beat if someone walked too closely behind me. Every knock at my door sent a ripple of anxiety through my body. But gradually, with each passing day, I felt stronger. Mark Collins was behind bars, serving his sentence, and Detective Davis continued to check in occasionally, reminding me I was safe. Still, I decided to make some significant changes. I moved from the apartment I'd once loved, knowing that staying there was only keeping the memories fresh. My new place was brighter, more secure, and closer to friends and family. My boss was understanding, allowing me to adjust my work schedule so I wouldn't have to walk home alone in the dark. Everything seemed set for me to finally feel safe and comfortable again. Yet despite my progress, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled deep within me. One afternoon, as I organized boxes in my new apartment, I stumbled across the photograph Mark Collins had sent me, the image of myself he'd captured secretly from afar. I froze, the fear returning instantly. It felt invasive and raw, a reminder of how vulnerable I'd been. Determined to move forward, I contacted Detective Davis and asked what I should do with it. He suggested I bring it to the station, assuring me they'd dispose of it safely and properly. Later that afternoon, I drove to the police station, feeling a strange sense of closure as I handed the photograph over to Davis personally. As I prepared to leave, he stopped me, his expression thoughtful. "I have something important to tell you," he began cautiously. "Collins requested to speak with you from prison. I strongly advised against it, but legally, I have to inform you." My stomach tightened, dread returning. "Why would he want that?" I asked nervously. Davis shook his head gently. "He claims he wants to apologize, offer an explanation for his actions, but it's entirely up to you whether to accept." I took a deep breath, conflicted. On one hand, the idea terrified me. On the other, it might offer the final closure I needed. "Do you think it's safe?" I asked carefully. "He can't harm you," Davis assured firmly. "He'll remain securely behind glass, with guards nearby. But emotionally, it's your call." After several days of consideration and discussing it with close friends, I decided to face him one final time. Davis arranged everything carefully, ensuring my safety and comfort throughout the process. On the day of the visit, nerves overwhelmed me. I felt shaky as I entered the visitation room, heart hammering in my chest. He sat behind thick glass, looking far less threatening in prison clothes. His expression was tired, distant, nothing like the mysterious figure who once terrified me. As I took a seat, I saw something I hadn't expected in his eyes, genuine remorse. "I'm sorry," he began softly, his voice heavy with regret. "I know it means little after what I've put you through, but I truly am." I took a steadying breath, struggling to control my emotions. "Why did you do it?" I asked, my voice firm but quiet. "Why target me?" He hesitated, looking away briefly, embarrassed. "I saw you one day walking home. You seemed kind, confident, independent, everything I wasn't. I admired that at first, but my fascination quickly turned into something unhealthy. I wanted your attention, wanted to feel important. I was wrong." His confession left me unsettled, but strangely relieved. It confirmed what I'd suspected all along, that it wasn't anything I'd done wrong. It was his own twisted obsession that had caused the situation. "You terrified me," I replied calmly, holding back tears. "You changed how I see the world, made me afraid to do basic things, like walk home from work." He nodded slowly, genuinely remorseful. "I don't expect forgiveness, but please know I'm getting help here. I want to change, even if it's too late to fix what I've done to you." Silence hung between us briefly. Finally I spoke, voice gentle but firm. "I can't forgive what you've done, but thank you for telling me why. Maybe someday you'll understand the impact you had." With that, I stood and left the room, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. Outside, Detective Davis waited patiently, offering a reassuring smile. "Do you feel better now?" he asked softly. "I do," I admitted truthfully. It helped hearing him admit he was wrong. It gave me closure. After that meeting, life gradually returned to something resembling normalcy. I continued my career, becoming successful enough to afford extra security measures, mostly for peace of mind rather than actual fear. I spoke openly about my experience, connecting with other survivors, and advocating for stronger laws protecting stalking victims. Months turned into years. Eventually, Mark Collins was released on probation, ordered by the court to live far from me and strictly monitored. Davis informed me personally, ensuring I understood all protective measures remained in place. Surprisingly, I felt no fear hearing the news. I'd grown stronger over the years, realizing my safety wasn't defined by Collins but by my own resilience. I'd survived something terrifying, and it hadn't broken me. It had made me stronger, wiser, and more aware. One evening, years after the ordeal, I walked home after a late work event. The street was quiet and peaceful. Instead of panic, I felt calmness, confidence in myself, and pride in how far I'd come. Every step felt symbolic, each footfall reclaiming the freedom I'd fought so hard to regain. Arriving home safely, I smiled, unlocking my door without hesitation or fear. Inside, my apartment felt warm, safe, a true sanctuary. I'd finally reclaimed everything he'd taken from me. my sense of security, independence, and joy. I sat quietly that night, reflecting on the journey I'd endured. The fear was gone, replaced by a deep sense of accomplishment and strength. Collins had once followed me home, filling my life with dread, but ultimately I had survived. I'd taken back control, refusing to let his actions define my life. I understood now that survival wasn't just escaping harm, it was moving forward, healing, and using my experiences to help others feel less alone. And for me, that meant more than anything else. As I went to bed that night, feeling truly at peace, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. The man who once followed me home no longer held any power over me. I'd faced him, overcome the fear, and finally moved beyond it. And now, at long last, I was genuinely free. When I moved into the neighborhood, I told myself I needed a fresh start. My lease had ended, my job went remote, and I was finally free to live wherever I wanted. I picked a quiet street tucked just outside town, not too rural, but far enough from the noise that I could hear the wind at night. The house was older, nothing fancy, with a crooked mailbox and fading green shutters, but it felt right, peaceful. The first week was calm. I unpacked boxes slowly, hung up curtains, tried to get used to the creaks in the floorboards. I didn't know anyone yet, which I figured was normal. It wasn't the kind of place where people rushed over with baked goods. I waved at a few neighbors who walked dogs or watered their lawns, but mostly everyone kept to themselves. Except for her. She introduced herself on my third day, said her name was Margaret. She lived 2 houses down, small frame, messy gray hair pulled back with a clip, always wearing a heavy cardigan, even when it was warm. She brought over a small tin of lemon cookies and told me she used to make them for the woman who lived here before me. They were her favorite, she said, handing me the tin. I thought you might like them too. She smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. I thanked her, and we chatted for a few minutes at my door. She asked where I came from, what I did, whether I liked the quiet out here. I asked about the neighborhood. She didn't say much, just that it was a peaceful place with good bones. After that, she started showing up more. I'd see her in the morning, standing at the edge of her yard with a mug of tea, staring out toward the woods. No phone, no book, no dog. Just standing. Watching. Sometimes I'd wave. Sometimes she wouldn't wave back. One morning I caught her sitting on the curb across from my house. She was hunched forward, cardigan wrapped tight around her shoulders, eyes fixed on my porch. I stepped outside just to see if she'd say something. She looked up, blinked once, and smiled like we were old friends. "Lovely morning," she said. Then she stood and walked away. It would have been weird on its own, but these moments kept stacking. She'd appear and disappear like a flicker in my peripheral vision. Sometimes I'd swear I heard her voice, soft and low, as I passed her house, talking to herself, whispering. I couldn't tell. One evening, just before sunset, I heard something strange. I was in my kitchen washing dishes when I heard a loud creak from the back of the house. I froze, listening, Nothing. I stepped down the hall slowly, not wanting to spook myself for no reason. The back door was locked, curtains still drawn, but outside, just beyond the fence, I saw movement, someone slipping between the trees. It was Margaret. She was dragging something, a black bag, heavy and long. Her back was to me, and she moved slowly, like whatever was in the bag didn't want to be moved. I didn't breathe. I just stood there, hands still damp from the sink, heart tapping hard in my chest. She didn't look back. She disappeared into the woods. I didn't sleep much that night. I sat up in bed, lights off, listening for any sound out of place. At one point I got up and double-checked all the doors and windows, even the ones I never opened. The next morning, I saw her outside again. Same cardigan, same crooked smile. She waved. I didn't wave back. That's when the small things started disappearing. At first I thought I was just being forgetful. A pair of keys that weren't on the hook, a photo that had been moved, a small figurine from my nightstand that I found days later under the bathroom sink. Nothing big, nothing valuable, just off. Then I noticed the tea. I'd left a cup on the counter before going out for a walk. When I came back, the cup was still there, but it had been moved 3 inches to the left. I hadn't touched it, and the tea was still warm. That was when I bought cameras. 2 small motion-triggered ones, one for the front door, one for the back. I didn't tell anyone, didn't post about it online. I just needed to know. I needed proof I wasn't going crazy. That night, I sat in the living room with the television on low and the camera feed open on my phone. Nothing happened until just past 2 in the morning. The back camera lit up first, movement detected. I sat bolt upright, staring at the screen. It was Margaret. She was standing just beyond the porch light, arms at her sides, head tilted slightly like she was trying to hear something inside. She stayed there for maybe 30 seconds. Then she turned and left, slowly, like she knew I was watching. I checked the door, still locked. The next day, I walked to her house. I wasn't sure what I was going to say. Part of me just needed to see her up close, maybe catch some sign of guilt. But when I knocked on the door, no one answered. I knocked again. Then again. Still nothing. Her mailbox was empty. The porch looked dusty. Curtains drawn. No sound. I walked back home feeling something I hadn't let myself feel since moving in. Fear. That afternoon I went to ask one of the other neighbors, the woman who lived across the street. I kept it casual, asked how long Margaret had lived there. She looked at me like I was speaking a different language. Who? Margaret, 2 houses down. She said she's lived here a while. The woman frowned. That house has been empty for years. My stomach dropped. No, that's not possible. She brought me cookies. She was just outside yesterday. The woman shook her head. You sure you're not thinking of someone else? I didn't answer. I just stood there, nodding like I agreed, but my hands had gone cold. When I got back home, I pulled up the camera footage again, watched the clip from the night before. She was there, standing at the edge of the porch, watching. But when I checked the footage from the front camera, nothing. No one had ever arrived. No one had ever left. And when I checked the earlier days, no footage, no trace of her ever walking by, no record of her knocking on my door, no video of her dropping off those cookies. It was like she had never existed. But I still had the tin. And inside it, one lemon cookie left. Still fresh, still soft. And the smell? It wasn't lemon anymore. It was something else entirely. I didn't eat the last cookie. I threw it away, but even that felt strange, like it didn't want to be tossed out. I stood over the trash can with my hand hovering for a few seconds longer than I meant to, staring at it. The smell had changed. That much I know. At first it was lemon, crisp and light, like fresh zest. But that morning it had a heavy, sour note, like something had turned inside it. Not spoiled, just wrong. After dropping the tin into the garbage, I washed my hands 3 times. I couldn't stop thinking about what the woman across the street said. That the house Margaret lived in had been empty for years. That no one by that name lived there. I kept walking by it on purpose, hoping to catch a glimpse of her again. A curtain pulled back, a light left on, but the windows stayed dark. The porch looked dustier every time I passed it. Like no one had touched anything in weeks. Even the mailbox hadn't moved. And yet, I had seen her. I had talked to her. She brought cookies. She smiled. She stood at the edge of my yard for hours. I started questioning myself. I checked the video footage again, frame by frame. Margaret's figure was still there, standing at the edge of the porch, motionless. The porch light created just enough of a halo to catch her outline, but her face was turned away from the camera. When I tried zooming in, the image blurred into pixels, no defining features. No eyes or mouth, just the vague shape of a woman who wasn't supposed to exist. That day, I drove to the hardware store and bought extra locks. By nightfall, I had secured both doors with interior bolts. I even put a bar under the back doorknob, the kind meant for hotel rooms. I didn't care if it was overkill. Something had changed, and I didn't feel safe anymore. The house didn't feel like mine. I started hearing things. At first it was small, a tap on the window, a creak in the hallway, a soft shuffling sound near the vents. The kind of things you can brush off if you try hard enough. But then I started waking up with the covers folded down, not kicked off, not tossed to the side, folded neatly, as if someone had pulled them back carefully while I slept. Once, I found a hair on my pillow. Gray, long, curled slightly at the end. I don't have gray hair. The police were no help. I didn't even know what I was reporting. A neighbor that no one remembers who might be breaking into my house to move my blankets and leave hair behind. They'd laugh me off the phone. So I said nothing. I told no one. The only person I considered talking to was the mailman. He was quiet but friendly, usually passing through around 11 each morning. That day, I caught him as he was walking up the street. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual. "Do you happen to know who lives in that house?" I pointed to Margaret's. He looked over, tilted his head. Hasn't been occupied since I started this route. Maybe 10 years. Place is still listed as vacant far as I know. You're sure? I asked. Pretty sure. Never had a delivery there. I nodded. Right. Okay. Just curious. I didn't ask anything else. That night I dreamed I was standing in my living room with all the lights off. Something moved past the windows. I tried to look, but my body wouldn't turn. I could only stare straight ahead. There was a knocking sound, soft, like fingertips on glass, and then I felt someone breathing on the back of my neck. When I woke up, I was sitting on the couch. Lights on. Television off. It was 3:12 in the morning, and the front door was unlocked. I never leave it unlocked. That was the night I called a locksmith. The next day, I had them change every lock in the house. I didn't mention why. Just paid the bill, nodded, and double-checked everything myself once they left. I even installed a door chime on the back entrance, the kind that dings when the door opens, no matter how quietly. I needed proof, something real, something solid. That afternoon, I went into Margaret's backyard. It felt like a stupid idea, even while I was doing it, but part of me needed to know, was she ever really there? Had I made her up? Was I losing it? The grass was overgrown, tangled around a few old paving stones. The porch steps were sagging, the paint peeling back in strips. I walked around to the side, trying to look through the windows. All of them were covered. One of them had tape across the inside, crisscrossed, like it had been reinforced against something, or sealed. I found myself staring at the basement door. It was on the side of the house, half buried in the ground, metal double doors chained shut with an old rusted padlock. My stomach tightened just looking at it. Something about the way the door sank into the soil, the way the weeds around it bent inward, it made my skin crawl. I didn't try to open it. I turned and left without looking back. That night, I heard footsteps upstairs. Heavy, deliberate, 2 steps, then silence, then 2 more. I was downstairs, curled on the couch, holding my phone in both hands. I hadn't been upstairs in hours, and I was alone. I turned off the television and held my breath. The steps moved again across the hallway. Then they stopped. Then they moved again, faster this time, back and forth, as if pacing. I didn't go up. I didn't even move. I stayed on the couch until daylight started leaking through the curtains. When I finally forced myself to go up, nothing was there. Nothing had been moved. Except for one thing. In the middle of my bed was a tin, small, silver, just like the one from before. And inside, another lemon cookie. Still warm. I didn't touch the cookie. I stood there for a long time, staring at the tin in the middle of my bed like it might move, like it was breathing. The surface was slightly fogged, like it had been closed over something hot. I hadn't baked anything. I hadn't opened my front door in over 12 hours. The tin wasn't mine. I used a towel to pick it up and set it on the floor of the hallway. Then I closed my bedroom door and didn't go back in for the rest of the day. Something was in my house. Or someone. That thought kept replaying over and over like a broken loop. Not just the obvious question of how, but why. Why the cookies? Why the strange silence? Why the small movements, the shifts in objects, the hair on my pillow? I started making a list. I needed to know what had changed, what had been taken, what had been moved. The list grew fast, too fast. A scarf I kept on a wall hook had been moved to the closet. A bottle of shampoo was now 1/3 empty, even though I hadn't used it in a week. A ring that used to sit in a dish near the bathroom mirror was gone. 2 spoons were missing, not forks, not knives, just spoons. None of it made sense. It wasn't like someone had broken in to rob me. If they had, why not take the television, my laptop, jewelry? It was like they wanted me to know they had been there. Or worse, like they wanted to be part of my life. I started locking my bedroom door at night. I kept my phone charged and under my pillow. I bought a cheap baby monitor and pointed it at the stairs, listening for any noise while I tried to sleep. And still, I'd wake up in strange positions, blankets gone, socks missing, the faint smell of something sweet lingering in the air. Not just lemon anymore. Now it was lavender, and something deeper beneath it, something like rot. I stopped sleeping altogether after I saw the door open. It was 3:17 in the morning. I remember the time exactly because I'd started logging things, writing everything down, every sound, every movement, every anomaly. I'd just finished noting the faint creaking noise near the kitchen when I looked up and saw my bedroom door slowly pushing open. I had locked it. Deadbolt, interior latch. It opened soundlessly. No footsteps, no breathing, just the door, swinging inward an inch, then another. I didn't move. I barely breathed. My phone was already in my hand, but my fingers felt useless, numb. The door stopped halfway, stayed there. I sat like that until morning. When the sun finally rose, the door was still ajar, and the hallway was empty. The bolt was still in place, like it had never been touched. By now, I had stopped telling myself I was imagining things. I stopped calling it paranoia. This was real, and I was alone in it. When I tried reaching out casually, at first it didn't go well. I texted a friend back in the city and said something vague about feeling off. I said I was having trouble adjusting to the new place. Maybe the quiet was messing with my head. She responded with a shrug emoji and told me to come visit if I needed noise. I didn't reply. I couldn't explain it, not without sounding unwell, not without sounding like I was losing my mind. That evening, I tried to distract myself with errands. I hadn't left the house in days. I needed groceries, needed to breathe air that hadn't been filtered through fear. I forced myself out the door, keys in one hand, phone in the other. I paused at the end of the driveway. Margaret's house was still dark, still silent. The curtains hadn't moved since the day I walked into her backyard, but there was something on the porch now. Another tin. This one was open. Inside was a single sock. My sock. I got in my car and left without looking back. At the store, I wandered like a sleepwalker, picking things off shelves I didn't need. I couldn't focus. Every time someone passed me in the aisle, I jumped. Every time the loudspeaker crackled, I flinched. I didn't even realize I had been crying until I saw my reflection in the freezer door. That's when I decided to leave. I abandoned the cart and walked straight out. Back home, everything was quiet, too quiet. I left the groceries in the car. I just wanted to go upstairs and sleep. Even an hour would be enough. But when I opened the door to the bedroom, something stopped me cold. There was a blanket on the bed I didn't recognize. Old, faded, knitted by hand, pale yellow with tiny blue flowers stitched into the corners. I hadn't brought that blanket into this house. I hadn't seen it before in my life. I backed out of the room and closed the door. I didn't sleep that night either. Instead, I searched public records, property history, old census data, utility records, anything I could find connected to Margaret or the house, 2 doors down. After hours of digging, I found something. A newspaper clipping from 1992. The scan was poor and the image grainy, but the headline was clear. Woman found dead in locked home after neighbors report strange behavior. The article described a woman in her 60s, lived alone, talked to herself, rarely left the house. The neighbors said she had started sitting outside at night, staring at people's windows. Police found her in a chair near the front door, hands folded, eyes open. Her name was Margaret Holloway. The photo showed a blurry woman in a cardigan. It was her. The same face I had seen outside my house, the same voice that had told me about lemon cookies, the same woman who had stood at the edge of the trees, dragging something heavy into the dark. I sat frozen in front of the screen, barely able to blink. She had died over 30 years ago. But she was here. In the walls, in the halls, in my bed. And no one else remembered her, because they had forgotten, or because they had been made to forget. But I hadn't. And I was starting to think that was the problem. I printed the article and folded it into my journal, right next to the list of missing items and strange occurrences. It felt like the only tether to reality I had left. A name, a face, proof. Margaret Holloway had lived here. She had died in that house. And now she was, what, haunting me? I couldn't say the word without hearing how insane it sounded. Haunting. It felt theatrical, like something from a bad movie. But what other explanation was there? How could someone who had died 30 years ago bring me cookies? How could she walk across my lawn at night and leave things in my house? The logic didn't hold, but my fear didn't care. That night I didn't lock my bedroom door. I didn't set up cameras. I didn't barricade myself with pillows and blankets and false hope. I just sat on the floor in the living room, back pressed against the wall, lights off, eyes wide. If something was going to happen, I wanted to see it. Hours passed. Sometime after 2, I heard footsteps upstairs again. Not the slow pacing from before. These were softer, closer. They moved from room to room like someone browsing a store, and then they stopped. Above me. Directly above. I stayed perfectly still, holding my breath until my chest hurt. I knew if I moved, whatever was up there would hear me, know where I was. Maybe it already did. And then, nothing. No movement, no noise. I waited for as long as I could. Eventually, my eyes closed on their own. When I woke, morning light was leaking through the windows, and everything was still. Too still. I went upstairs slowly, checking each room. Nothing had been taken, nothing had been added, except the blanket was gone. The one I didn't recognize. In its place, on the foot of the bed, was a scarf. My scarf, the one that had gone missing from the wall hook 2 weeks ago. It was folded, neatly, like a gift. I started packing. I didn't care how ridiculous it looked. I stuffed clothes into garbage bags, swept everything off my bathroom counter into a duffel, grabbed my laptop, charger, wallet. I didn't have a plan. I just knew I couldn't stay. But when I opened the front door, Margaret was there. Standing at the edge of the porch, same cardigan, same blank expression. She didn't move, didn't speak, just looked at me. I stared back, frozen, hand still on the doorknob. I wanted to scream, to slam the door, to run, but my feet wouldn't move. Something held me there, not physically, something else. She tilted her head. "You're leaving," she said, more of a statement than a question. I nodded slowly. Her eyes didn't blink. "You shouldn't." The words came flat, not threatening, not kind, just certain. "I have to," I said. My voice came out hoarse. She looked past me, into the house, like she could see through the walls. "They always leave," she whispered. And then she turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner of the porch like smoke. I didn't move for another 5 minutes. Then I slammed the door, locked it behind me, and sank to the floor. I didn't leave that day. Or the next. I don't know why. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was fear of what I might see out there. Maybe it was something else entirely, something inside the house that wanted me to stay. I started dreaming in pieces. Quick, jarring flashes, Margaret's face in the mirror behind me, hands reaching from the walls, the sound of Peter Pan playing softly in another room, even though I didn't own a copy. One night I dreamed I was in the basement of her house, even though I had never been inside. It was cold, narrow, lit by a single bare bulb that flickered above a rusted sink. She was there, standing in the corner, smiling. "You looked," she said. I woke up gasping. After that, I taped a sheet over every mirror in the house. The more I tried to ignore it, the more it escalated. Now the lights flickered, the television turned on by itself, always static, My phone would buzz with messages I hadn't received, then go dead the moment I tried to read them. At night, I started hearing whispers under the floorboards, just below the range of words, like a language I almost understood. And the worst part? Things started returning. The ring I'd lost 3 weeks ago was on the bathroom counter. The spoons were back in the drawer. A book I hadn't seen since the day I moved in was now on my nightstand, open to a page with a note scrawled in the margin. We forget what we keep. I started to feel like I wasn't just being haunted. I was being absorbed. One night I tried to reach out again. I found a therapist online who took emergency sessions. I didn't give many details, just said I'd moved somewhere new and things didn't feel right. She asked for my address. I gave it to her. There was a long pause. Are you sure that's correct? Yes. You said you just moved there? Yes. That property has been listed vacant for nearly a decade. There shouldn't be anyone living there. I hung up. When I checked the county records the next day, she was right. The listing was still marked unoccupied. As far as the world knew, no one had lived here in years. That night, I opened the door to Margaret's house. I don't know why. Maybe I needed to know how deep this went. Maybe I needed to face it head on. I told myself I would just look inside, nothing more. The door wasn't locked. The air inside was dry and thick, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. The wallpaper was peeling. The floors creaked under every step. I moved through the front room slowly, flashlight in hand, heart beating fast. There were no photos, no furniture, just a chair in the middle of the room facing the wall. I turned toward the hallway. That's when I heard it. Footsteps behind me. Slow, then closer, then a whisper. You looked, and everything went dark. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on my living room floor. The front door was wide open. The same cold morning light was leaking in through the windows, pale and thin, like it hadn't fully decided to rise. My clothes were covered in dust, as if I'd been crawling through an attic. My throat ached like I'd been screaming, but the house was silent. For a second, I didn't remember how I got there. Then it came back, the door, Margaret's house, the chair, the whisper. You looked. I closed the front door slowly, locked it, then turned and leaned against it until my knees gave out. I sat there for hours, trying to figure out what had happened, if it had happened. But the dirt on my jeans, the rawness in my chest, the sharp ache behind my eyes, they were all real. I went upstairs to shower. As soon as I turned on the water, I saw the writing on the mirror. It was faint, written in something oily, like old fingerprints dragged across the glass, but I could still read it. You're remembering. That was the beginning of the unraveling. At first it was little things. Familiar items I had forgotten suddenly reappeared, only off. The shirt I lost in college, found folded in the back of my dresser. A notebook from high school that I swore I'd thrown away, now sitting on the desk with a page torn out. A framed photo of me with friends, but their faces were smudged, slightly blurred. like something had passed over them. It wasn't just the house anymore. It was me. My sense of self, my sense of time began slipping. I'd walk into a room and forget why. I'd reach for something I didn't remember needing. Entire hours vanished into nothing. I started hearing my own voice in other rooms, quiet, mimicking me, not speaking exactly, just echoing. I kept trying to journal, to keep track, to give the days shape and weight. But even the pages began changing. One morning I found whole sentences I didn't remember writing. A full page, written in block letters that just said, "Stay inside, stay inside, stay inside." I didn't know if it was a warning or a command. Outside, the street was changing too. The neighbors were no longer waving, not because they were avoiding me, but because I didn't see them at all. Lawns were overgrown, cars disappeared. At night, every window was dark. The mail stopped coming. The world had narrowed to just me in the house. And Margaret. She didn't appear much anymore. Not physically, but she was there, always. I could feel her. In the air, in the corners of the room, in the way the lights dimmed when I said her name. Sometimes I'd catch her scent, lemon and lavender, right behind me. Then things got worse. One night, I was jolted awake by the sound of crying. It was faint, like it was coming through the walls. I followed the sound down the stairs, flashlight in hand. The crying stopped the moment I stepped into the living room. And then I saw it. A small handprint on the inside of the window. Child-sized, pressed into the glass like someone had been reaching out from within. I fell backward, nearly dropping the flashlight. When I got closer, it was gone. No smudge, no mark, just my own reflection staring back at me, pale and wide-eyed and unfamiliar.